Okay, hello, D4911 here. So, as I start every single live stream, please let me know if you guys can hear me okay. And once I know that the sound is working and everything's going okay, then we shall get started. I can see that everything should be working okay on OBS there, so yeah, I'll just wait and hear from you guys, make sure that everything's working okay, and once I know it is, we will get started and we'll get going. So, looking at the chat before the live stream here, I can see we have Vacarus, welcome. Ghost Rider, hello to you. Servando, welcome. David. Okay, I need to learn how to pronounce your name. Nemachenna, I think that's how you pronounce your name there. Adam Ibrahim, that's a name I recognise. Welcome, Adam. How's it going? Oh, there's the microphone. Back you go there. Lovely. And let's see, Vacarus is there. Eli Halater, welcome. Let's see, Vacarus, I'm back. Yes, I'm back in action. Back alive and kicking. David, let's see, AI90 working good. Excellent. I'll take it you guys can hear me okay. Excellent. Welcome, guys. Welcome back to another live stream. So, as the name suggests, we're going to be flying from Seattle down to San Diego. So we're going to be, pardon me, burping. Just had dinner not long ago. So yeah, as the name suggests, we're going to be flying down vertically down the west coast of America today. In this Delta, so we're going to be following real world Delta 2096, which actually should be taking off in about half an hour's time in real life. So we're real weather, real time, and following a real life flight, hopefully. So yeah, we're gonna kind of follow along on this live stream and see how it goes. Now, remind me, Delta Airlines, is that the one that beats you up, or is that one of the other ones? I've got a feeling it was what? It's not. Is it Delta, or was it one of the other American airlines that beat you up? But let's have a look here. David said correct. Yes, excellent. It's always like a little mini win when you can pronounce an interesting looking name. But thank you very much, David, for coming along. Good to see you again. Vacarus, do I still play FSX? Not particularly FSX, no. I kind of play P3D now, which is sort of the newer version or the evolution of FSX there. So that's what I'm playing with nowadays. Let's see, AI90, will I be using VATSIM? Not today, I won't, no. I will be using VATSIM in more live streams going forward, but not tonight's. Let's have a look here. Let's see, Vacarus, United, that's the one, United. Good. Okay, so we're not quite flying flying that one there. Let's see, 757 Superfan, welcome, how's it going? Good to see you. Let's see, Gamma, does Zibo do everything the PMDG does? Can't start without putting all the bars in the right spots? I'm not sure, I've not stress tested it, so to speak. But I do know that it is a vast improvement over the default 737 in X-Plane. But whether it does everything absolutely perfectly or not, I am not 100% sure. Right, let me just get things up and running here. So it was a bit of a scramble to get everything ready before the live stream. I needed to install the P or the X-Plane equivalent of FSUI PC to get the whole like little info bar at the top working there. So a little bit of a scramble to get that working, but it is. Hopefully it follows along during the live stream. Right, so the aircraft is cold and dark at the moment, so I'm going to get to getting this started. Let's see, Adam, how much is P3D? Is it on Steam? No, so you can get P3D. It's developed by Lockheed Martin, and they market it as being a sort of a more kind of military focused thing. Like, you know, they don't talk about flight simulation, they talk about, you know, use P3D to prepare for missions in real life and things like that. But it is essentially an upgraded version of FSX. But yeah, it's developed by Lockheed Martin. 757, is this the Dash 800 and 900? I think in the simulator it's the Dash 800. Is this one here? Right, let's see. Alternate flaps, master is guard closed, standby power switch is guard closed, windshield wipers are, that's not windshield, park and park, electric hydraulic pumps are off, landing gear lever is down. Yep, I know all too well about that in the 737. And then we're going to connect ground power. Oh, actually, yeah, we should get all the fuel and stuff loaded in here while I remember. So let me just do that quickly. So block fuel is going to be, let's see, weight, fuel and balance, payload. Let's see, so block fuel is going to be, let's say, £20,000, just to round it up. Let's see what our payload figures are coming out at. Uh, 177 passengers. Oh, there's an approach rating. Oh, I'll have to get a look at that later on. Let's see. Ah, okay. Oh, actually, do I have to put the passengers in manually? Can I just put in like a total number, payload total? Oh no, that's in pounds, isn't it? Let's see. Throw that in. There we go. Ah, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'm just getting all the sort of the fuel and everything put in first, just so I don't have to worry about this. So I'm not too familiar with the Zibo, so you will have to bear with me. But that looks like that's balancing people out nicely, isn't it? So, yeah, it should be okay. Well, let's go with that. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right. So packs, cargo. Do we have any cargo on board? 400. Let's not worry about it, shall we? Yeah, let's not worry about it. Right. Ground power. Oops. Other way. There we go. And we'll switch our position lights onto steady. Come up here. IRS selectors go to nav. So PSEU light is off. GPS lights off. Surface and the phone is off. Oops, sorry. I'll zoom in so you guys can see that. Let's see, engine reversers 1 and 2 are off, EECs are on, passenger oxygen is guarded, flight recorder is guarded, crew oxygen is there. Yep. Cool, right. Let's see. AI 90, you can click on top payload and set. Yeah, that's what I've done there. I think everything's matching up there. Excellent. Let's see. Fakris, looks like I'm live streaming from a toilet due to how it looks the background. Well, thank you. I think. At least it doesn't sound like I'm in the toilet. That would be a bad experience to watch. You know, just hear the odd plop now and then. Let's see, right. Okay, so CDU pre-flight. We'll click on that to get that out of the way. corrupted nav data. I've not seen a thing like that before. That, I hope, is not the case, because that would make this quite difficult. So we are starting from KSEA. Yeah, excellent. So take GPS, set it in there. Okay, routes, and then we're going to KSAN, which is San Diego. Flight number, let's see, flight number was going to be Delta Airlines 2096. Throw that in there, and then we're going to do, hopefully I can load in a company route here. Is it KSEA KSAN01? Activate that. Now, did that pick up the routes? Let me just cross check this here. So going direct to Summer, then Page, Q11 to Passkey, direct to Hulk. Hey, that works. Excellent. Right. Vacuous reminds you of Soviet time toilet. Well, definitely not in the Soviet nation, and definitely not in the toilet. Let's see. AI90. Which version am I using? 44.4. Probably not, because they update this quite a lot, don't they? Where do I get the? Where do I find the version number of release 3.44? So Zibo mod version 3.44, flight model 4.4, if that helps. Let's see, Vacarus. I like to fly Airsoft Share Cockpit. Nobody has the Airsoft add-on from Steam. If you go into some online forums, you shouldn't have to have the Airsoft or the add-on directly from Steam. If you just go on to any online forum, you should be able to find someone who's got the add-on to fly with. Let's see. Right, so let us I think I can do some takeoff performance here. Right, let me just get a weather report for Seattle. Okay, so winds are coming from 220 at 10 knots, gusting 16 knots, visibility is 10 miles, scattered at 2,000, scattered 17,000, temperature 10, dew point 3, or temperature, or sorry, pressure rather, is 30.39 for Seattle. So let's just pull up my charts here. We'll take a look at this. Actually, while we're waiting for that as well, let's do a little bit of immersion. And where is it? Get the ground cruise working there. Let's see. AI90, thinking 45.4 corruption was fixed. Ah, okay. No worries. I mean, it seems to pick up the routes anyway, so if the worst comes to the worst, we'll just fly it semi-automatically. Nahom, welcome. What are my PC specs? If you go to the About page of my YouTube channel, you'll be able to find the PC specs there. Let's see, Vacarus. Yes, I do know Green Light Zone. David from RI, good to see you. Pull up. Too soon. Yeah, give me a few hours until we're coming into landing, then you'll probably be hearing those mornings. And Carlos, welcome, how's it going? Aberdeen, good evening to you. Carlos, which flight sim am I using? I'm using X-Plane 11 for the flight today. Simbrief, KSEA, KSAN, right. For the charts list, so I'm just looking over here, I'm just getting all the charts together for flying. So let's see. So we'll take 16 left for takeoff. It's going to be a bit of a crosswind, showing there as being a bit gusty as well. So we'll need to be aware of that. So the winds were, what were the winds? They were 220 at 10. Outside temperature it was 10 degrees Celsius. Oh, can I change that? Let me just do the conversion from inches to hectopascals here. Pressure converter, that's what we want. And it was 3039. Let's see. So 1029 millibars, roughly. Takeoff weights. Can you not figure that out automatically? Never mind. Flaps 5. Payloads, so takeoff weight 155, 600. Uh, 27.6. Okay, should that not be giving me some sort of performance indication then? Maybe, maybe not. Ah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right, let's have a look here. Let's see, Carlos, add-ons. So the only add-on, or there's a couple of add-ons. The first one will be the Zibo 737. Which is the aircraft that we're going to be flying with. You guys are making a lot of racket, so you can stop. Let's have a look here. Yeah, so this aircraft that we're going to be flying in is the Zibo 737, free to download, so highly recommend it. And it's basically it just adds a lot of functionality to the default 737 and X-Plane 11. Let's see here. Edward Pierre, welcome, how's it going? Vakras, he's your friend playing this F6 over, nice. Yeah, 90 737 3.45 is fixed. Good to know. I see, Aberdeen, is it hard to work out the QNH? Not really, you just find like a conversion calculator. It's just like converting meters to kilometers or any other two values. You know, you just convert you know, barrel pressure essentially. Let's see, Jupo, are they detailing the plane outside? No, they're like hammering the seats with a hoover by the sounds of it. Let's see, Umar, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Performance takeoff doesn't work to be added. Ah, okay, right, well, we're going to have an interesting takeoff in that case. Jack, it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just full power down the runway. You know, we'll take off eventually, right? Right, let's see. So yeah, let's go for there's only 16 left. Yeah, not flying online at all, so I'm not really going to follow any departure procedure per se. Yeah, it's really just going to be the summer 2 departure down to down to the summer waypoint. So we do 16 left. There it is. Transition. I'm not going to say we have a transition. I'm just going to go direct. Right, so we're going to be taking off, and immediately after takeoff, we're flying in the right direction. So we will go with that. So expected flight time for today will be about, I think it's 2.5 hours. 2 hours 10 minutes flight time today. So yeah, we should be taking off in about 10. Well, we'll be pushing back in about 10 minutes or so, and then taking off in about 15, I would think. Yeah, let me just see. So let me just grab parking gates here, and then we'll do a bit of a briefing once we get the rest of our CDU data put in here. So, zero fuel weight. Please calculate that. Good, you did. Reserve fuel. Just come back over to this. Will be £2,500. Cost index is gonna be 5, quite low, and cruising altitude is gonna be 330. Let's see, cruising winds. Average winds 302 at 72. Throw that in there. Eyes of deviation is going to be. Oops. Going to be +1. Transition altitude is 18,000. So we're gonna execute that in one limit. We're gonna do a 22k D rate. Why not? I don't have a way of calculating the assumed temperature, so I'm going to leave that as is. Takeoff. So the Excel height we're going to put in at 1500. Runway conditions dry. Runway winds. So the runway winds were 22010. Runway slope. Not going to worry about that. And then if we come back, we'll do flaps 5 for takeoff. Center of gravity, and this is where you're meant to put in V speeds for me, because that helps me out a lot. Oops. Let's see. I need V speeds. Nope. Let's see. Vacarus played with CS:GO with Green. Yes, I do remember playing that with him. Adam, face of the day. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. You know, if we just do like a 150, 155, and 160, that'll work, right? That'll work. Let's see. Vacarus, why does the radio altimeter show -4, not 0? That's because of the sort of the positioning of the radar altimeter sensor on the bottom of the plane, and 2, also the sort of compression of the landing gear. So where it reads 0, it's kind of where I think the sensor is near the back of the fuselage, closer to the tail. And where that reads 0 is where you should have the landing gear touching the ground at full extension, and then as the landing gear compresses, it will go like and the aircraft sits down a bit further, you get a negative number on the radio altimeter there. Let's see, Matt Francis. Hey, I'm a new subscriber. Love your F6 content. Oh, thank you very much for subscribing and welcome to the channel, Matt. I hope you find many useful videos. Let's see. Right, so the V speeds are in. Did I do all of that correctly? Yeah. Take off. Yeah, it'll be fine, even though it didn't calculate the V speeds for me. It should be fine. It might be fine. I hope it's going to be fine. Let's see. David, what is a transition altitude? I will explain that in a moment. Let me do this. And then we'll do like PA announcements and stuff in a minute. So transition altitude. So basically that's the altitude at which you change from using the local air pressure setting to the what's called the standard air pressure setting. So the reason you have a standard air pressure setting is that, okay, well, first of all, you need a local air pressure setting so that planes know, exactly how high they are above the terrain when they're close to it. And that changes based on the sort of the air pressure of that area. Whereas when you're flying at high altitudes, the local air pressure doesn't change. Well, it's not that it doesn't change, it's that everyone needs to be working off of the same standard, for example. Because depending on your air pressure will give you a different altitude reading. So if you have two aircraft but they've both got their altimeters set to the same number, and one is at 34,000 feet, the other's at 35,000 feet, you know that they're going to miss each other by 1,000 feet because they're both using the same reference setting. Whereas if you're at a lower, or if one's got their barometric reference set to a particular value and the other's got a different one, this guy thinks he's at 34, this guy thinks he's at 35, but the actual difference between them is not 1,000 feet. It could be different depending on the air pressure. So basically, when you're close to the ground and you're close to an airport, you use a local barometric pressure. When you're further away from the airport and you're at higher altitudes, everyone uses what's known as the international standard to ensure that kind of separation and that safe distance between every aircraft. Let's see. Kostas, hello, Tikanis, Kala Fristo. How about yourself? How are you? Let's see, Jake, is this on VATSIM? No, this is not on VATSIM. Let's see, AI90 did not click on speed itself. You need to click on each speed. Do I? Because usually it gives us the kind of the numbers here, and then you can click the buttons to kind of transfer them across, but it didn't give me that option there. Yeah, because normally once you have the it's not giving me. Because normally, well, I know that in the PMDG, once you put the flaps value and the center of gravity in, unless the unless it needs to use a higher D rate. Ah, okay, maybe it was the D rates. Yeah, there you go. So 143, 144, 151. There you go. Okay, maybe the D rate I selected was too low. Excellent. Well, there we go. That's fixed now, and yeah, I've got a trim value there as well now, so that's good. Let's see. Vacaris, so do I play any car sims? Logitech G77? Not at the moment. No, I've dabbled in racing simulations. I want to get back into it. Yeah, I wanna get into more racing sim stuff. I've played R Factor 2 a few times, really bad at it, but yeah, I want to get into some more race simulations. I'll watch for anyone in the UK or actually probably anyone who does watch race simulations will probably have heard of Jamie Broadbent. He's kind of a fellow sim live streamer here on YouTube, but he does more kind of racing simulation focused videos. So yeah, so I want to kind of get into that sort of stuff as well. Anyway, right, so we've got all the performance there, where we will have to do our pre-flight, but just for immersion, we'll do a little welcome briefing here.
Folks from the cockpit, I'd like to welcome you on board. We're ready up front. Everybody's closed up outside. We're just waiting to get some of our performance numbers and the clearance from air traffic control, and we should be underway. It's our pleasure having you on board with us today. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight. Should be underway here shortly. Thanks for flying with Delta today.
There you go, nice and simple and straightforward. So I'm just going to start pre-flighting this as quickly as I can. So battery master, guard closed, guard on, on, right, that's all done there. So I'm just going to rattle through the pre-flight very quickly here. Alright, so we'll get the left forward fuel pump on. Get the APU up and started. Let's see, emergency lights comes on. Seatbelt sign on there. Wait for the APU to start and then...
The captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please recheck the security of your seatbelt.
Hydraulics, nope, we'll leave all of that. Now let's see, trim air switch comes on, auto, recirc fans are on, packs on auto, isolation valve is open, APU bleed air switch comes on, flight altitude is going to be D0. Landing altitude, that is a good question. What's our landing altitude going to be? Pretty much practically 0 for San Diego. Yeah, airport's 16 feet above sea level, so there we go. Some auto. And all the lights apart from the steady are off. Right. Sorry, let me just catch up here. Let's see, green light zone, welcome. If you have multiple monitors, you can use the Z HSI for Zibo, unlock the PFD and a few other panels, allowing to users, but was that nice? No, I mean, I like to keep everything kind of on the single monitor, because the only other monitor I have is over here for all my kind of streaming back end stuff here. Rishan, welcome, how's it going? I'm alright, how are you, buddy? Right, get the flight path vector if we can. Let's see. Barometric reference, we'll dial that up to 3039 for today. Dial the range down as far as we can, leave it on map modes. Weather radar will leave switched off for the time being. Let's see if we come across here, flight director switch on and on. Autopilot disengage bar is up, bank angle selector is done. Let's see, clock is set correctly for UTC. Nose wheel steering guard closed. If we really want to, we can test lights and stuff. Oops. Test that, make sure all the lights are working. Let's see. Primary flight display, annunciator blank, and FD. Yep, standby instruments. 29. No. 3039 is what we want. Actually, just realised I need to dial this one up over here as well. Auto vehicle reset, auto brake, RTO, and the gear lever down, 3 lights, GPWS panel all guarded. Flaps down, parking brake set. I'm not using any ETC, although I will do my usual. I'll do my little How's it being tricky? Okay, that's strange. There we go. 737 on the transponder. Gosh, I'm not with it tonight. My brain's all over the place. And I think that is everything there. Excellent. Sorry, let me catch up on, on the chat here. Let's see. David from RI, Daryl and his friend Miles are watching and say hi. Say hi to the back for me. Hiya, Daryl. Hiya, Miles. Hope you both are doing well. Let's see. Rishan, good man. Thanks for asking. If you can, how much did my setup cost me? When you say setup, do you mean PC or just controllers or? Yeah, not sure what you mean by setup. Let me know if you want specifics. Let's see. TCC, having a Guinness. You want one, Captain? Yes, I really want one. Let's see. When did X-Plane 11 come out? There's a few years ago now. There you go. AI 2016. Why is it 11 and not 16? Because this is the 11th version of X-Plane that's been released. They release one every maybe 3 to 4 years, I think. Right. So I think that's everything done there. We're gonna actually, I need to do that there, then we can disconnect the GPU. Yeah, so this is another one of the mods for someone who was asking earlier. Yeah, we can there's a mod called Better Pushback, which allows you to actually kind of draw your kind of your pushbacks and stuff. So we are gonna push back, and then we're gonna turn nose to the left here, which should put us in position.
Round to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Excellent. So we'll do that when we're ready. Yeah, but apart from that, I think we will close the doors up and we shall get on our merry way in a moment. Let's see, right, so remove ground equipment and close the doors via the CDU. So what we'll do is remove the chocks as well, because we do have the parking brake on. Right, let's show you what we need to do here. Close the door. We can deny. Yeah, we can deny access. Let's see. And then we don't have a kind of pre-flight thing there. Excellent. So, flight deck door is closed and locked. CDU set takeoff page. We've got that there. N1 reference bugs. So we got 93.3 takeoff 1 on the derated takeoff set. Also the alarm switch comes at arms now. Max speed is V2, so that's 151. We can try and arm LNAV and VNAV, those both work, excellent. Takeoff heading, so we're going to be using our runway heading for takeoff, which is 164. And then altitude, because I'm not flying online, we'll just dial it up to cruising altitude there. Excellent. Right, conduct taxi and takeoff briefing. So I shall bring this across here so I can show you guys what we're doing for our taxi and our takeoff. So we're currently parked, I think it's where am I parked? I think it's Bravo 9 here on Concourse B here. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to push back and turn our nose to the left. That should put us onto taxiway Whiskey. And then what we will be doing is following taxiway Whiskey, and then we'll transfer over to Bravo and continue down to Charlie holding point for runway 16 left there. And then as for the takeoff and departure, we are going to take off, flying runway heading until we reach this Nevjo waypoint here, and then we're going to follow this Suma 2 departure down to the Suma waypoint, and then we're just going to climb and head pretty much in this general direction all the way down to San Diego. So I shall get rid of that. Right, exterior doors, we'll have a look. They are all closed up there. Flight deck windows closed and locked. Yep, they will be. Okay, and then we can request push, or we would request push and start from ATC if we were using them. Let's see, AI90, am I using OpenGL instead of Vulkan? I can see you have stutters. Yeah, that's probably because I keep switching kind of from X-Plane to a different window. I'm not sure how to get rid of those, but yeah, that'll be what the stutters and the occasional blackouts being caused by. Vacaris, is Navigraph free? No, it's not. No, you have to pay for Navigraph's kind of products and services and stuff. Right, so we are gonna push and start. So we'll get
ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
So we should see that in a moment. It might warp through the building ahead of us. Where's that tractor? So what we're going to do is we're going to go left and right fuel pumps. All come on. Electric hydraulic switches. Come on, I can hear. I can hear our tow truck, I can't see it. Where's our tow truck? Oh, he is there. Okay.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
On you go, buddy. Let's see. Let's see, so Upper DU sys page. Yep, so we've got low-ish hydraulic quantities, but not showing refill. We've got high pressure. We'll go anti-collision light comes on. Elevator trim set as per takeoff page. It's already pretty much there at 5. And then yeah, we'll push
So
it back.
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, you got everyone strapped in.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Excellent. So starting the pushback. Right, so upper display unit, switch on to engines. Packs will switch off for the startup here. Start sequence, we'll do engine number 2, then engine number 1. So we'll wait till we're a bit further out from the apron here. Stop! Stop! Don't crash into the back of me, please. Alright, we'll do engine 2, then engine 1. So engine 2, switch to ground. That gets the bleed air going into the core of the engine here. You can hear the engine starting up as well. Once N2 reaches 25, we shall introduce fuel to the engine. $24.25. There we go. See, fuel flow starts. Exhaust gas temperature rises. Core speed rises. N1 fan speed, we probably can't see that, starts to rise as well there. So you heard the starter cut out there. So that's engine 2 starter. We'll go engine 1 now. So once you hit the start switch over to ground. Watching the N2 percentage rise. $21, $22, $23.
Operation complete.
25.
Set parking brake.
Parking brake on.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
So we've got exhaust gas temp comes up, core speed comes up, and N1 speed comes up. And once this reaches, I believe it's 56, that's when the starter switch on the upper overhead panel cuts out. Yep, you can hear it click there. Starter valve goes, disconnecting hand signals. Okay, so that's us pushed back. So we now go generator switches 1 and 2 come on. Probe heat switches A and B come on. We're in engine anti-ice, we're not going to use.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
APU bleed switch off. APU main switch comes off. Engine start switches continuous. Engine start levers are in the idle position there. Flaps lever set for takeoff, which was 3 positions, so flaps 5. Flight controls, we'll check those on the system page here. So we'll go full left, full right, full back, full forward, left rudder, right rudder. All good there. Transponder, let's say they do have ground tracking radar here at Seattle, so we'll go altitude off. Center display gets turned off there. Okay, and annunciator, nothing, good. Let's have a look here. Let's see, AI90 better pushback. Yeah, that's what I used for pushback just then. taxi on. Let's see, parking brake comes off. We shall begin our taxi. So we're on taxiway Whiskey just now. We're going to turn left. We've got a parallel taxiway over there, so we'll make our way out into that when we can. Let's have a look. Let's see. Roblox. Why is it glitching? It's because I'm switching between different windows. It doesn't seem to like it for some reason. Let's see, Russell, welcome. Hey dude, just turned on. Have I left my centre pumps off for a reason? Yeah, I didn't think I had any fuel in them, but I'll turn those on now. Right now we're away from the gate. We can go with the radar on. Terrain radar not really needed. Before takeoff checklist, flaps set for takeoff, flaps 5, green light. Elevator trim set for 5 as per the CDU there. Right, okay. So there's not really a taxiway line for it here, but I think we can head out just over here and join taxiway Bravo. Russell, plenty of fuel in there. Oh, this is in pounds, don't forget, so we're going to burn through that centre tank very quickly. We'll probably use it up before we reach the top of climb. If it was kilograms, I'd definitely have the centre tank pumps on earlier. Let's see, green light. Let's hope the Zibo fully works this time. Remember, very old stream where the engines glitched out and randomly stopped. Did they? I don't remember that at all. I remember that happening with the PMDG, where the sound, I lost the sound, but don't remember it happening with the Zibo. But then again, I haven't done many X-Plane live streams, so could be wrong. Let's have a look. Let's see, Russell, if you're going to get into X-Plane more, I highly recommend the LES Saab 340 XM for flying about the UK. I will have to have a look at that. Not sure if I'm going to get into to X-Plane some more. This live stream tonight was actually meant to be in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, but I'm having a few challenges with it at the moment. So yes, I'm playing X-Plane as a sort of a backup to my original plans, unfortunately. Let's see, green light zone. During the takeoff they did started flying around in the blue ultralight looking at different airports. Okay. I think, do I remember that? I remember flying around in the blue ultralight because I was doing front flips in it, wasn't I? I remember doing the front flips at Inverness. Backwards, use Alt Tab to switch, it'll help. It's not really quick enough. When I'm clicking on stuff outside of X-Plane, it's everything that's on my second monitor here, so thanks for the tip though. So making our way to runway 16 left, then we shall do a takeoff from there. Bravo. So there should be couple more entry points onto the runway here. Let's see, Russell haven't touched Microsoft Flight Sim in about 6 weeks. Can't stand the simplicity of it. Yeah, it's there's something about it that I can't quite put my finger on. Yeah, and yeah, because what my original plan was, it was to fly along the Rocky Mountains, and what Microsoft Flight Sim is good for is VFR stuff. Looks stunning. So what I did was I was looking, and I found the like the America kind of upgrade DLC for it. So I downloaded that, and it said that there was a couple of issues with like a couple of the airports and landmarks that were part of the America kind of DLC pack. So I thought, okay, so I thought, well, it was like, it said that it still needed to download about 50 bytes worth of data, which is nothing. So I'm thinking, right, okay, so one of the files must have been corrupted or something. So I went into Steam and I went to verify files. Yeah, I'll go down. So this is the second to last entry point here. So I went into Steam and I went to kind of verify local game files. Did that, and it said, yeah, all the game files are fine. Right, so I thought, fine, okay. So I went back into Microsoft Flight Sim, and it was just like, welcome to Microsoft Flight Sim. Let's download the game for you. 108 gigabytes. I'm like, no, the game's already downloaded. What are you doing? Why are you trying to re-download the entire game? And yeah, and so it started trying to re-download 108 gigabytes of data that I already have. And I've got really good internet connection, and it was taking forever, and I was just like, yeah, no, I'm out. So yeah, so no Microsoft Flight Simulator for the time being. Alright, so down on the brakes here. Whoops, brakes are a bit good there. So Charlie entrance point, that's where we're going to enter the into the runway here. Let's see, David from I forget her name, is the usual flight attendant on this flight, Snickers 2. Yeah, so we've got yeah, Gina's on the flight, we've got Serge and Mike Marino also on the flight. And yeah, we need, I don't think we've decided on a second female flight attendant. But we need a second female flight attendant, because there was a second kind of Greek attendant that we didn't decide on, or I forgot the name of. So yeah, so we need a second female flight attendant. So if anyone's got any suggestions from pop culture, please do suggest away. Right. So now we're at the runway. We're going to go strobe lights on, transponder. We're going to set to traffic advisory, resolution advisory. We're going to roll out onto the runway, rather, not the taxiway. But yeah, we do have Snickers, of course, for the crew only. We don't give Snickers to the passengers. Let's see, Russell, been there, I've downloaded it 3 times after updates. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to nuke it off my system and just try again, but 108 gigabytes is too much data. Let's see, Vaca's GTA 5 is 95 gig, downloads in 2 hours for me. Yeah, I'm just, I'm a bit of a boomer when it comes to video games and the size of them and stuff. Like, you know, like me and my buddy Snay, we were playing, or we used to play Warzone And yeah, you have to download the entire Call of Duty Modern Warfare 65 or whatever it is, just to play the Warfare portion of it. It's just like silly. Anyway, let's see. AI 90. Did you find anything interesting? Airbus for X-plane. As Russell said, yeah, the A321 from Tolles is quite a good one. I think it's yeah, one of the higher quality ones there. Right. Fixed landing lights come on. Okay, are we ready? Well, I am. I don't know about you guys, but I certainly am. Right, let's go. So, to prevent ourselves from rolling backwards, give it about 40. Okay, so winds are gusting from the right, so we need to be careful in keeping the plane pointed down the runway here.
80 knots.
80. V1 and rotate.
V1, rotate. Positive rate.
Gear up. Okay, need a little more trim.
400.
Okay, 400. We're gonna go autopilot on.
$1,000.
Alright, everything is working nicely. Let's get the taxi light off. Auto brakes come off. And the gear lever is off. Don't know where the plane's going, but it's definitely not following the nav. There's position 1 on the flaps. Oh, hello. Forgot to start doing my dance. Nabil Vlogs 499, thank you very much. Hello again, mate. I have a question. My X-plane restarts my whole PC randomly, sometimes in flight, sometimes during pushback. Frustrating. Okay, where's the question? If you're asking me what could be causing that, I don't know, I'm afraid. I don't have too much experience with X-planes, so your best bet is maybe going to the X-plane forums, seeing if anyone else has had the same issue that you've had. And hopefully you'll be able to find some answers there. When you're running X-plane, do you have any kind of performance like lags or anything? Is the frame rate quite good, or is your PC struggling to run X-plane? Because if it's causing your entire computer to crash, yeah, it could be a RAM issue. It could be, let's see. Yeah, it could be like one of your X-plane files is corrupted. If you get a blue screen, maybe make a note of the error message on the blue screen as well. Oh, flippin' heck. David from RI. Snickers. Okay. Alright, David, you get a Snickers, but just a one. I will forego my Snickers for you. Thank you very much, David. $5. That's very generous. Thank you both of you guys. That's very generous. Yeah. So sorry, Nabil. Yeah. If your computer's blue screening, try and get a note of the blue screen error as well. because I used to get a lot of crashes with Prepared, and it turned out it was an add-on for Prepared that was causing the blue screen crashes. So yeah, if you keep an eye out for the blue screen errors or any kind of crash error messages as well. Make a note of those, because those will come in very handy for, diagnosing what the issue is. Well, thank you both very much, and Nabil for the £4.99 and David for the $5. Very generous of you both. Thank you so much. Let's see, Fraser. Where do I get my charts from? I get my charts from Navigraph. So I have a Navigraph data subscription for their AirAC data, and I got their I pay for their charts package as well as part of that. So I get my charts and that from Navigraph. Let's see, Meme Colony, welcome. Just came along. What airline am I doing? So we are flying. We're actually following real-world flights, Delta Airlines 2096 from Seattle down to San Diego. So if you go on Flight Radar just now, there should be a real Delta 2096 flying from Seattle down to San Diego. So we're going to be tracking down sort of the west, not directly over the west coast, but we're going to be tracking down the western side of the USA for a flight time of about 2 hours 10 minutes. Let's see, Nabil Vlogs, basically whole PC restarts, specs Ryzen 370, 2080 Ti, some good specs. Have a look, if you you might need to go and Google how to do this, but if you go and have a look at what's called the Windows Event Viewer, and look for, basically the Windows Event Viewer is a log of a lot of things that happen on your computer. What you want to do is when your PC crashes, make a note of what time it crashes, and then go and Google how to look in the Windows Event Viewer, and then I think it's you need to look for critical errors that occur, and then look for the critical errors that occur around the time that your PC crashed, and then make a note of those, because they'll probably refer to things like DLL files, and again they might be completely unrelated to X-Plane, but it could be like a standard Windows file that X-Plane uses to run, and then if you can narrow it down to sort of say, well, it's Windows Task Manager ABC 123.dll, that's the issue, and then go to the X-Plane forums and say, hi, my sim crashes when it tries to do this. I've had a look through the error files and it says it's Windows ABC 123.dll that's crashing. Do you guys know what it is? And then someone might go, oh yeah, that's because X-Plane's trying to do X and trying to do Y at the same time, so change this setting and then that should fix it. So I'll try and I would suggest looking at the event viewer, getting some more detailed info about it, and then going onto the X-Plane forum and see if anyone there has had a similar issue, or if anyone there can help you. Let me have a quick look here. Edward, an outside view? Yeah, I can give you an outside view. So I'm sat inside. Sorry guys, because you can't hear me from that view. Roadman Hegarty, welcome, how's it going? Let's see. Nabil, something's wrong with your Windows, just restart your PC with a blue screen. Kernel security check failure. That's interesting. So if you go into that event viewer, you should be able to find some like what are called critical errors around that time that it crashed. See what files or see if you can try and interpret what the computer was trying to do at that time, and hopefully that should help you kind of at least narrow down what's causing the problem or where the error is occurring. And then again, just kind of follow, do some detective work on Google, type in that error code, type in that any file name it gives you, and see if that you can kind of narrow down what's causing the issues. Let's see, Nabil, everything's fine, don't know why it happens, just Furious Windows OS. It could be, again, it could be something that X-Plane kind of ties in on the Windows side. So it could be a Windows file that's crashing when X-Plane tries to use it, for example. So yeah, there we go. So we got that fuel master caution there. So that's just the center fuel tank running out of fuel. Low pressure warnings, get rid of those. Caution goes away. Let's see. Meme Colony. How do I feel about the crash in Indonesia? It's tragic, obviously. I'm not really in a position to talk about it. Although I have worked through an aircraft crash, so I can give some insight as to what would be going on, but until a formal report is released, I'm not in a position to talk about it. All the main priorities is the air crash investigators. Obviously, they've kind of found the general area where they believe the aircraft came down, and have seen that they have sort of located the flight data recorder, the voice recorder. So that's good news that they've found the sites of where the accident seems to have occurred. Now, what their main priority will be is to recover as much evidence from the scene as they can, and also what they'll need to do is map where they find different components as well, because that will give the air crash investigators a lot of kind of evidence as to find out, how did the plane end up in the water. So that's their priority at the moment, and it seems like they and obviously that's compounded. That's tremendously difficult if a plane ends up in water, but thankfully they seem to have narrowed down this location. So they'll just be kind of retrieving as much evidence from the scene as they can, and kind of mapping it out to say, well, this part came from this location and stuff, and then from there they'll need to do forensic testing on the evidence to see if they can determine exactly what happened. Let's see, Russell, am I working at all, or is the place shut down completely? Unfortunately, shut down completely. The directors are still working because they have to. The directors' responsibilities and stuff. I'm furloughed, but yeah, I'm working on kind of like a work. I'm voluntarily working on a little project for work, and I know that Sam is as well. But now, unfortunately, we're shut down completely at the moment. Let's see, Stevie Scuba, hi dude, been a long time, can see the stream. Hi Stevie, yeah, I do recognise your name. How's it going? Sorry, I'm like burping. I had a big dinner, so I'm like, constantly burping and stuff. Let's have a look here. Edward, thanks mate, no problem at all. Let's see, David, supper over here, so got to run in three kids to feed. No worries, say hello to Sniper. I will do, David. We'll hopefully see you back in a couple of hours. I think we've got an ETA of about 2 hours from now, so hopefully we'll see you back. But you're going to take care of the little ones. Let's see, Nabil, no issue with Microsoft Flight Sim last night. Starting with issues, bad images on buildings, not rendering properly, FPS dropping. Had Microsoft developer do checks. It could be any number of things. It could be it could be one of your pieces of hardware is starting to struggle a bit. It could be a corrupt file somewhere. Yeah, it could be a number of things, unfortunately. Meme commonly, thanks, no problem at all. Let's see, Nabil, everything was fine, now uninstalled exploit Microsoft Flight Sim. Every time open Microsoft Flight Sim installer, it gives you blue screen and restarts. Again, jump into the event viewer and see what that says, because that will probably be giving you some clues there. Right, why is that saying we're... Oh no, actually no, they've got the range dialed up all the way, so top... I was thinking, why is the top of climb so close, but we're nowhere near it? And then I realised that the range is... I mean, where the top of climb is, that's what, 320, 160... That's about 80 miles away. So, yeah, we've got plenty of time. Right. Barometric selector, set standard. Landing lights probably should have taken those off ages ago. Passenger seatbelt signs. That's auto, is it? Yeah, that's auto. Okay. So now everyone can get up and start having a wander. Probably should have done that a long time ago, but we're fine. So we'll do a little PA announcement just for the sake of immersion once we reach our cruise. Set the fuel tank. We've turned the pumps off for that, and we can modify our arrival routes when we get a bit closer. Let's see, Nabil, thinking of installing Windows again. What's my graphic settings here, if I don't mind sharing? I don't know what they are for X-Plane. I can't remember. I think I've got most things pretty much maxed out, but I can't remember my graphic settings off the top of my head. But to give you a rough idea right now, you can't see it because it's hidden behind my little info bar thing, whichever side it is. But at the moment I'm getting between 30 to about 38 FPS currently. Although saying that now, I'm watching that, it's dropped down to about 29 to 31. Yeah, so yeah, I mean at the moment I'm getting around 30 FPS consistently. Let's see, Ghost Hunter Gal, welcome, how's it going? Good to see you. Let's see, Stevie bought Microsoft Flight Sim the other day, or the day it was released, not been able to download it yet, been stuck in this boat now 7 months, guess I'll get downloaded when I go in March. Oof, tough break. I mean, okay, yeah, so that's something I was going to go off on a rant on, but we were taking off. Yeah, games nowadays, like, what gives with games being 100 gigabytes plus worth of data to download? I mean, that's ridiculous. It's funny, me and Snay were talking about this the other day. Like, back in the day, when someone released a game, they released a completed game, There was none of this, oh, it'll be a pre-alpha version that you have to pay for, and then we're going to spend the next years, maybe developing it, or maybe we'll just take your money and run off and start an entirely new project. But, like, I can't stand this new... I can't stand the gaming industry nowadays, where it's kind of like, well, we'll release a half-finished product, but we'll charge you full price for it. And the whole microtransaction, mechanic as well, can just... Foxtrot Oscar. Yeah, that really winds me up. And oh, hello. Ghost Hunter Girl, what are you doing? Thank you very much. Lovely to thank you so much. Thank you, Ghost Hunter Girl. That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you love my videos, and I'm glad my videos can help you. So thank you very much for your donation. That's very, very generous. Yeah, and thank you for distracting me because I completely forgot about what I was going to talk about. What was it? Yeah, video games. Yeah, like just being half completed. Yeah, that was it. So I was going to say, yeah, I find myself being drawn now towards like indie games and indie developers, like these big AAA things. Like, I'd like to play them, but I don't want to pay for them. You know, and like I really want to play Cyberpunk 2077, like, because I actually really kind of like the whole cyberpunk theme and aesthetic and the kind of visual design of cyberpunk stuff. But I'm not paying 60 quid for a game. And sure enough, you know, the game released to, you know, a very critical response. So I'm gonna wait. You know, I'm just gonna wait 6 to 9 months, let them work out all the bugs. They're probably half the price, and I'll pick it up in the Steam summer sale when it's 50% what it is now, and all the bugs have been sorted out, and they've probably added in a whole bunch of features that they meant to add in during the initial release, because that's how developers do it these days, apparently. Anyway, rant over. I know I sound like an absolute boomer, so, you know, but kids these days, they don't know a real video game. Man, yeah, I remember me and Snake were talking about, you know, video games back in the day where you had to go and buy a magazine to work out how to, you know, like a player guide to figure out how to beat a game. Yeah. Right, boomer rant over. Let's have a look here. Let's see. And the real vlogs got 2080 Ti, get 40-50 FPS at cruise. Streaming yesterday, PC restarts. Oof. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, I know all too well the pain of well, doing a live stream and then having something completely derail the flight. Yeah, like I was doing like a Christmas special live stream one year, and the sound cut out. So yeah, the sound in my simulator, like I lost half of the sounds. Another day, I was doing the same flight, funnily enough, and the sim crashed within the first hour of the flight. So I then had to like take off from an airport kind of halfway, but follow the same routes to the same destination. Yeah, so I know all too well the difficulty of technical issue derailing a flight. Anywho, let's see, Vacarus, what ISP do I have? 100 megabytes. Okay, yeah, I mean I'm about 70 megabytes download. I think about 17 up. Let's see. Ghost Hunter Girls donation there. Again, thank you, Ghost Hunter. Thank you very much for that. That's exceptionally kind of you. Thank you very much for the $5. Let's see. Elihilator. I believe the Golden Age of Gaming began in 2004 when Half-Life 2 was released, and stopped in 2015 when City Skylines was released. I don't know about the Golden Age of Gaming. I mean, there's still some good games that are being released. There's none springing to mind right now, but I mean, there's still good games being released nowadays. Like, yeah, I can't think of any. Yeah, I can't think of any at the moment, unfortunately. Oh, and another thing that's annoying me is is like all these kind of like HD remakes of old games. Just stop. Just concentrate on making new games. Like, right, because this is what is annoying me, right? I have been a devout Halo fan since the first original Halo was released. and it's one of the few video games, the few kind of like, I guess, fantasy or make-believe worlds that I've actually like really gone and delved into and read some lore about and tried to like learn about the wider world behind the video games and stuff. Like, I can't remember when the original Halo was released, but I was a kid. I'm now like a grown up man. Like, I want to reach the end of the story. Like, I can't wait another 10, 15 years or however long it's been since the first Halo to see the end of the Halo story. I need closure, and I just like release the next Halo games already, so I can either play them or just forget about them. Like, you don't have to remake the Halo games, just make the new ones and continue the story, because I'm getting too old and I'm probably going to die before the final game and the final chapter of the story is released, and I want to know what happens in my lifetime. You know, and Call of Duty are doing it. They like re-released, you know, it's like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 HD release, and it's like, just stop scraping the barrel, just come up with something new and different. Oh, I'm turning into such an angry old man, or grumpy old man rather. Let's see, Ghost Hunter Girl, a few of you remembered. Yeah, I'll try and remember all of my views if we can. I'm still quite lucky that my audiences aren't so big that I can still like kind of chat to people and stuff. Let's see, like Dablo, welcome, how's it going? Teacher himself, how's it, pal? I'm doing good, Dablo. How are you, buddy? Eli later, it was a golden age for you at least. Yeah, I mean,
1,000 ago.
Oh, hello. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've been a gamer for as long as I can remember. So yeah, I remember when video games used to come out on, you know, floppy disks and stuff. You didn't get DLC, you used to get patches, you know, and those were, you know, you had patches which were like 1.4 megabytes. Those are the days. Let's see. X-Gamer, should you buy Microsoft Flight Sim from Steam or the Microsoft Store? Whichever is your preference. I know that any updates, I think they release on the Microsoft Store first, and then they're released on Steam about a week later. Or certainly that was the case for the initial release of Microsoft Flight Sim. They released the game on the Microsoft Store about a week ahead of the Steam Store, but I don't know if they're doing that for DLC, so it's really personal preference. Let's see, Hassan, you have the best tutorials I've ever seen on YouTube. Oh wow, thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. Actually, do you know what? I was always very coy about it, but something amazing happened yesterday. NATS, the National Air Traffic Services, who are the biggest provider of air traffic control services in the UK, a member of their training department emailed me yesterday saying that they wanted to use some of my videos to train air traffic controllers in the future. I'm like, I had to like double check, triple check the email to make sure it was legit. But no, NATS, the National Air Traffic Services company in the UK, want to use my videos to train, to help do the basic training course for future air traffic controllers. How crazy is that? That is insane. So I guess my tutorials are fairly good then, if they're willing to do that. So, but thank you very much. I'm glad that you found my videos, and I'm glad that you think that they're of a high quality as well. So thank you very much. Let's see, Adam. Trump impeached for the second time. Is he now? Well, not really surprised, if I'm going to be honest. Let's see, Stevie. Same goes for World of Warcraft. Stopped 15 years ago, is still going with another release. Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know about World of Warcraft. It's yeah, they're kind of yeah. I don't know if it's like flogging a dead horse, but they're like trying to they are kind of trying to, you know, they're like giving CPR to quite an old game there, aren't they? Let's see, John Smith, match your heading. Well, cool. Let's see, Russell, missing the flying big time. Simply couldn't take the risk to starting again after the first lockdown. Knew it would happen again, so business shut down. Again, family first. Yeah, unfortunately, it's. I mean, we've been quite lucky over in Inverness because before this lockdown, we were Tier 1, so we were able to operate, you know, as normal as any business can, given COVID. So we were, yeah, it was kind of like business as normal as possible, but yeah, I mean this latest lockdown, obviously, you know, it's just. Is what it is. Let's see. Let's see. So I'm finally going to show you the respect you deserved. Well, I mean, I guess just by chance, you know, one of their members of staff was browsing through YouTube and found my videos, and they reached out to me. So, so I wasn't really like trying to put my work in front of them. It just happened by chance that yeah, they found my channel and found my work. So, and they felt it worthy to, or they felt the need to ask my permission to use it for their training material, which of course I agreed to. So, so yeah, and they said that if they need any work done in the future, they may contact me and commission some work from me. So, pretty cool. You know, that's a big feather in the cap that I can put onto my CV now that I've produced. Well, I've produced YouTube videos which have been used by Nats. So, yeah, pretty cool. Let's see. Peter Allison, watch your tutorials. You strike me as a thorough and good teacher. Thank you very much. The thing is, like, when I started off, I was a student of flight simulation myself, so I was able to kind of preempt any questions that I thought people might have if they're coming from an absolute beginner standpoint. So, yeah. What was it? I believe it was Richard Feynman that said, you know, once you can explain a complex subject to a child using simple language, you know, that's when you truly kind of understand and intuitively understand that subject. So that's the methodology I followed when I was making my tutorials. Was the right, if I'm a student of it myself, then I can kind of preempt what people are going to think. And because that's the problem I found with a lot of tutorials, was a lot of them assumed that you knew what you were looking at. You know, so like for example, for this flight, I could program in an ILS, and I could say, right, well, you need to come down here and then put in the frequency in there. Once you've got the frequency, you need to tune in the ILS course into the panel up here, and then what you do is you double check the PFD and make sure. So it's quite simple, really. But if you're a complete beginner, you're like, wait, hang on, what is that screen? Like, what on earth is all of those numbers on that screen? like if you're a complete beginner, you look at that and think, oh my god, there's so many buttons and numbers and switches and stuff, and oh god, there's even more up there. Like a complete beginner to aviation has no idea what they're looking at here, you know. So you know, you've got to be mindful of where someone's knowledge and experience is, and just kind of cater to that as well. But anyway, sorry, I'm falling behind on comments here. Let's see, Tom Martin, VATSIM or not on VATSIM, no. This is offline, this flight. Peter, can you explain the altitude in the sim is different from that on the display at the top of the screen? It's probably because the display at the top of the screen is using local air pressure, whereas the simulator, I've got standard pressure sets. I need to be careful here because my speed's been creeping up for some reason, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed intervention. I've been watching my speed has been creeping up here, and I don't want it to. Because I'm very close to overspeeding here. I definitely don't want to do that. Let's get some traffic out in front of us. Okay, so is my auto throttle not working then? Okay, so it's taking my auto throttle's not working. Yeah, because my MCP speed is set, well, to 268 knots indicated, or whatever the associated max speed would be, target 715. Yeah, so 751. Why on earth? Is the auto throttle not doing that? It says the auto throttle is active. The MCP speed is active, auto throttles aren't. It's not letting me select. Okay, what's going on here? Let's see. Sorry, I'm falling behind the comments here. Let's see. Ghost Hunter Gal, use them every day for takeoff, up to flight plan from cold start, including IRS alignment. Still uses videos, able to take off once, and now went back to the gate. Nice one. Congrats, well played. Let's see, John Smith, been watching your videos for years, really enjoyed your instructional ones. Help get your head around radio nav, was talking about the constant heading, hammered in from line training. Sorry, no, you are right. It's because I keep forgetting, because the Airbus does it automatically for you, but Boeings don't. That's something I'm lazy with. I'm just a pretend 737 pilot, so. Let's see. Steve, Scuba, got run, man. Keep up the sterling work. I'll try my best. Thank you very much, Stevie. Take care. So you probably left already because I've been so slow in catching up on comments. Let's see. Ghost Hunter Gal, can you still remember what it was like to be like us? Yeah, I can. Yeah, you know, I sat in my flat in London. You know, I still remember. Like VORs, I really struggled with initially. Got like holding patterns and holding pattern entries specifically. Yeah, that was so difficult to learn. And I've learned it in a basic way or a basic sense, but yeah, I probably my radio navigation stuff would probably be a bit rusty, and even then it's only at a basic level, not a real world level. Let's see, Tom, Mach 76 speed most 737s fly at. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm going off the MCP here, but MCP speed active. Okay, MC speed. See, so the speed's falling, and the engines aren't ramping up. So it's like the auto throttle's on, but it doesn't seem to be. I'm having to manually. Maybe there's something in the settings here that I need to look at. That maybe? Ah, there we go. I thought I'd come across this issue before. So maybe there was that option there to get the Zibo to override my hardware throttle. I thought I'd experienced that before. There we go. That might be it. Let's see. Let's see, Dablo claims. Sorry, I'm going to just rush through and try and catch up on comments quickly. How's my study going? How long do you expect for me to become a pilot, if of course I'm taking that path? Well, the studying's going well. I got my PPL last August. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get my CPL. I think the original plan was to work towards a CPL and get an FI rating this summer. Not going to happen. So yeah, no, I've got my PPL now, and yeah, I've been up and flying with it. Let's see, Andy McAvoy, sorry. Good evening, Captive. How's it going, sir? I'm doing good, Andy. How are you? Let's see, Tom, fellow pilot here, by the way. Yeah, let's see, not just sim. Am I doing my PPL? Yes, as I just said, yeah, I do have my PPL. Very low hours. I'm about 65 hours total, including training. So yeah, I just got my PPL last August. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to go fly, do much flying. Certainly haven't done much cross-country stuff. It's all been sort of local, short local flights that I've been doing around my hometown of Inverness. Let's see, Chaz, welcome. Let's see, is there a Boeing 737 out for Microsoft flights in 2020? Anybody know? Not at the moment, I don't think. No, I don't believe so. Tom Martin, turn the all throttle off and back on again. Yeah, I've done that. I think it was that option in the settings. I think that's what it was. Because basically my hardware throttle was overriding the sim, even though the auto throttle was enabled in the sim. So basically what I changed in the options there was I said I want the sim to override my hardware throttle, and that seems to be working better now. Yeah, hopefully. Let's see, Ghost Hunter Girl, what did I do to adjust my speed? Again, just pulled my physical throttles back, just to slow down. John Smith, interesting, didn't know about the Airbus heading. Now you're a lot better than most of the pretentious flight sims on here. I hope you keep up the real life flying videos once this is over. Yes, I will do, yeah. I have been thinking about doing like a kind of a catch up, because yeah, the last real world video I did was doing my first solo, and obviously I've got my license now. Unfortunately, I didn't record, well, I kind of recorded my cross country, and I kind of, and I didn't record my skills test, the sort of the final exam. For anyone who doesn't know, the final practical exam is called your skills test. So what I want to do is do kind of like a couple of solo flights, but like kind of following the routes that I did for both my cross country and my my skills test, but kind of do them solo. Yeah, I wimped out about asking the examiner if I could record it, so so I'll have to do a couple of videos talking about that, and then of course just do some actual flight vlogs, you know, flying around different areas of the Highlands and beyond, maybe. Let's see, Peter, all throttle's probably working, but look at your levers, joystick might be jittering. I think there's a setting in the Zibo to prevent it, throttle noise lock probably. Yeah, as I said, yeah, oh gosh, I think we just had a weather update there. Yeah, I think, as I said, yeah, she seems to be working now. For anyone who's wondering, in the Zibo, that was a general, it was a general config, it was hardware. Yeah, it's the AT engaged lock throttle. That was off. I switched that to on, and it seems to be working better now, so I think that's what it was. Oh, actually, we didn't do this, did we? For what it's worth. Can't really hear it. Right. Let's just see here. So I just had to text the girlfriend, otherwise she'll get mad at me tomorrow when she wakes up. Those are just saying good night to me, and it's just like, oops, sorry. It was about an hour ago she texted me. Let's see. Right, cool. I think everything's working okay there. Yeah, so yeah, now we've got our final waypoint there. Our Hulk is showing up. So still going to be a little bit of time until we get there. Let's see, it's just over an hour and 10 minutes real time until we land. So that will make it about 45 minutes until we reach top descent probably. So what I am going to do is bring up a METAR, and we'll take a look at that just so we can start kind of planning our approach into San Diego here. Helps if we do a Google search for the right thing. So KSAN METAR. So I am flying offline. If I was flying online, I'd try and tune in for an ATIS, but I can't get one. So we'll grab a METAR. So winds are coming through 300 at 7 knots. 10 miles viz, a few clouds at 20,000, broken at 25,000, so no clouds near the ground. Temperature 21. Hell no, I need to be in San Diego. And 30.16 on the barrel. Right. So let's have a look here. Green light zone, slowly go now. Safe landing, I'll see you next time. Enjoy. No worries, green light. We'll see you next time. Take care of yourself, buddy. And Aviation 777, welcome. What's up, dude? This is my first time on the channel. Well, welcome to the channel. And thank you very much for coming along. It's good to see you in the chat there. Okay, so I do apologise if the screen flickers here. Yeah, my X-Plane doesn't like me clicking off screen and clicking into other things. But let me just check my flight plan here. So according to the flight plan, we're going to be following the Comics number 2 or Comics 2 arrival into San Diego, runway 27. Okay, so that's let me bring Navigraph charts over here and we'll start taking a look at San Diego. So first of all, we'll take a look at airport info. So runway 27, take that there. Takeoff minimums, don't need that. Takeoff spots. I imagine we're going to be. I don't know where Delta normally park. Let's see. Let's see Terminal 1. We'll go for Terminal 1. Yeah, we'll pin that one as well so we have access to that. Right, so runway 27. Got localizer for runway 27 there. We've got RNAV, or we could do an RNP approach. Do you know what? RNAV approaches are something, or yeah, RNP, something I'm not too familiar with, I'm going to be honest, on GPS as well. I normally would do an ILS. So I've done it a couple of times, but I'm not comfortable with RNAV stuff. So let's see. Well, we'll do an RMP approach. Oops. Sorry. Right, so that brings us into Lindy at 5,000 feet. Comics 2. Okay, so we're going to be coming in through Hulk, and we're going to be ending up at Nado. So how do I get from Nado to Lindy? So, Hulk, Nado. So we'll pin that one. Oh, Top Gun. Oh, why can't I be flying the Top Gun arrival? Oh, I want to be flying that one instead. Bummer. Right. LYNDI. Lindy. And actually, while I'm here as well, let me get final approach. So straight in. So airport elevation is 17 feet. We're going to be down to 2,000. And let's see. Minimum decision altitude is going to be 680. Quite high up. But we will go with that. So, approach and arrival, key San arrival. So we're going to be doing there's RNAV, yeah, 27, that's what we said. And we're going to be coming in through Lindy. That was going to be Comics 2. Transitioning through Hulk. Execute that. And then if we Nado, bring Lindy up there. Yeah, we'll make that work. Cool. Sorry, I've got there's a John there watching, probably going, oh, what's he doing? Sorry. I remember the heading though. Let's see here. Green light, you can request status through the air cards and CDU. Ah! I missed that. I did not know that. It's too late now. Let's see. Aviation 777, I subscribe. Thank you very much, Aviation 777. Well, welcome again to the channel. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. Can we get an outside view? Yes, I will get that to you in a second. Let me just catch up on comments first. Positive Rate, hello my friend. Hello my friend also, how are you? Positive Rate. Aviation 777, how did you toggle those charts and maps? So I've got, I use the Navigraph charts package. Basically I had it over on my second screen, I just pulled it across onto my kind of main monitor here, just to kind of show you guys what I'm looking at, and everything there, so yeah, so I just had it over there. Let's see, oops, get a pen on myself. Positive Rate, there's one arrival into an airport, I don't remember that it's called Guken, and that meant that in Swedish. Okay, no worries. Yeah, there's some strange ones around. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I try to be a cleaner YouTube, so I'm not going to repeat what you said there. But yeah, you do get some funny translations depending on where you are in the world. Let's see, Aviation 777, how much longer? I believe we're looking at about an hour or so until landing, so we'll be at top of descent in about 40 minutes, give or take. So top of descent, 23:45 Zulu, so yeah, about 50 minutes, 50 minutes, and then we'll be landing at, well, 10 Zulu. It's 1 hour 10 minutes according to this. Yeah, so approximately an hour until things start getting interesting. Let's see, John Smith, haven't flown for 3 months, so you're probably a lot familiar than I am. I doubt it. I will never claim to be better than a real commercial pilot. Once I get my ATPL exams in, maybe, but I can certainly, from a theoretical standpoint, I may be able to hold my own, but from a practical standpoint, definitely not. I just try and make this as easy as possible for my fellow flight simmers. Orose gave you a quick sub. Thank you very much, Orose, and welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for coming along and watching. I appreciate that, and thank you very much for the subscription as well. Hopefully you find you know, the future videos or the past videos on the channel quite interesting, and also the any future videos that come out as well. I am working on a tutorial series for the PMDG 777 at the moment, so that should be released hopefully towards the end of the month. I'm aiming at getting that done, so keep an eye out for that, anyone who's interested in learning about the Boeing 777. Let's see, the pack, aka Andrew, hey man, fresh on the channel, smash the like button plus the sub button to your stream as well. So far, well done. Thank you very much, Andrew, and welcome to the channel also. I do apologise. I'm not sure if it should pop up at the top of the screen. Is it that side or that? In one of those directions, it should pop up to say that someone has subscribed or that. Although we did have some issues with the subscriptions the other night. I know the donations were popping up, but the subscriptions weren't. But thank you very much for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, and I hope you also find you know, my both past, the present, and future content interesting, informative, educational, and entertaining. That's what I try and strive for. Let's see. Positive Rate, STKP is a must have in my opinion. There you get pretty accurate ETA as well. What is STKP? I've not heard of it. I'm not sure what that is. Let's see. Aviation 777. Cool. Just got the whole X-plane set up. Got the 145, 737-700 and 900. Can't figure out how to download the 800X. Okay. Who are those planes by? For anyone who's wondering, who's new to the stream, so this 737 that I'm flying just now is made, or it's called the Zibo, Z-I-B-O, Boeing 737, and basically it's a completely free mod, and what it does is it basically takes the default 737 in X-plane and just enhances it in every way possible. The flight model, or the flight logic, is better. A lot more of the overhead switches have functionality. The FMC down here, the computer I think has a bit more functionality as well. We have this built-in tablet as well, which allows you to do, interact with the plane and do different things. So, I'm not sure what MacG is. Yeah. So like for example, right now I can use this tablet and I can start trying to figure out what our kind of landing performance is going to be. So the winds were 307 knots. Outside air temperature was a very balmy 21. I say that as someone who's living in the Scottish Highlands at 0 degrees currently. Air pressure, I will have to convert that again if you can bear with me. So that was 3016, and that's, it's silly me, the first link I clicked on was like a conversion table, not an actual calculator, so I actually have to find what 3016 is. 3015, close enough. 1021 is the closest. So flaps 40, sure, why not? Brakes, I'll go all brakes too. NNC, not sure what that is. Speed brake, yes. Reverse thrust, yeah. Landing weights, what's our landing weight going to be? 144. Oops. Into that in VREF, and then this should give us, yeah, there we go. So we've got landing distance of 2,258 meters. If we double check that against the there we go, so 2,865, so yeah, we should stop in plenty of time on auto brake 2. We'll probably come off at Bravo 8 and then we'll just taxi straight into Terminal 1 here. If we can, we might hit the manual brakes. We can come off at Bravo 7, might be a better option as well. And again, straight into Terminal 1 here. So that gives us a rough kind of estimate. That's provided I of course put the aircraft down at the correct point on the runway and don't float it, which I might be prone to doing, but we'll see. I've not flown the 737 in X-plane all that much, so I might float it, or I might just plant it Ryanair style into the runway, who knows. Let's see, Packy Andrew, what plane am I flying? As I explained a moment ago, it's the Zibo 737, Zibo 737. As I said, it's a completely free modification for X-plane 11. If you just do a Google search for Zibo, Z-I-B-O, Zulu India Bravo Oscar 737, you will find it easily enough. Joyo, welcome, how's it going? Good to see you. Aviation 777, yeah, 700, 900 are base Zibo, so I can't download the Zibo 800, so we'll work with default for now. Like, how do you download the 800 version I have? So I believe it's stored on a Google Drive. So if you go onto, if you do a Google search for it, that should take you to a Google Drive. There are lots of different folders on there, but there should be one that says 737-800X full version. If you download that or make a copy of that, you should be able to download it. And then if you unzip it, and then there should be some readme files, and then that will say, yeah, you have to like copy this particular folder into this location on your X-plane, and that folder into that location on X-plane. So yeah, you have to manually kind of copy and paste files into the right location under X-plane, and then yeah, you should be able to then fly it from there. Let's see. Johnny Holmes, welcome. Different my man. Get to say hi twice. 1 week. Good to see you again. You too, Johnny. How's it going? Hope you're looking after yourself. Nabil, best freeware airliner. Yeah, I mean, as free mods go, this is definitely up there. And yeah, what I will say as well is, yeah, the people behind this, like Flight Deck to Sim. He's a fellow YouTuber who's got a channel on YouTube as well. Flight Deck to Sim, easy enough to find. Yeah, he's a real 737 pilot, an active 737 pilot. So he's been giving his input to the developers of this mod. So yeah, if the real 737's doing it, you know, this plane will do it as well. Or if there's features that this doesn't do yet, with his kind of input, they will be included. So this is not just some modders adding functionality. They've actually got a real pilot's kind of input to make sure that things are working as they should. Let's see, Aviation 777. Yeah, it won't let you download it onto your drive. Ah, that's strange. Are you sure it's the correct folder that you're trying to download, and not one of the sort of the kind of the different parts? It should be the full version. It might throw up an error initially and say like you can't do this, so you have to download it as a full thing separately. Or it might give you a warning about you know, this file is too big to be virus scanned, but do you want to download it anyway? I think. Anyway, let's see. Andrew, can I see an outside view of the plane, please? Yep, absolutely. Let me. It might be quite loud, so if it is, bear with me. Oh, okay. Technically, that's an outside view, but. Talk to you. Let's have a look here. AI90 Flight Deck Sim, very professional, sitting there almost permanently. Yeah, as I said, he is the 737 pilot, so he knows what he's doing when he flies these things, or he flies this thing in particular. Let's see, Adam, flights 2020 or F6 P3D V5? If you mean what we're doing on the stream, this is X-Plane 11 on the stream. Let's see, PNS Gamer, welcome, how's it going? Nabil Vlogs, you need to reduce the streaming FPS to, let's see, need to reduce streaming FPS to 50 in OBS, then you won't get this jittering when you're moving the cam. Same happened to me. Oh, okay, I'll have to do that. Was that someone pinging me? See, I can ping you back. Flipping flight attendants making all that racket. Right, let's see here. Let's see, Andrew, you watch light aircraft out of, is that Fish Field? Light aircraft, cool, frequency 118 to 275, nice. Let's see, Fish Earn, is it URN field? Cool. Yeah, light aircraft are cool. As I said, you know, there's a really big in the United States. I'm quite jealous of yeah, like I guess light aircraft and general aviation in the United States, because they're so much more welcomed than they are in the UK. You know, in the UK, there's a lot of red tape around flying light aircraft. So it's like, well, if you go to this airport, you have to pay a landing fee, and you have to do this, and you have to do that, and you have to get PPR. Whereas, you know, if you go in the States, you can just fly in and out of uncontrolled airfields all the time. It's just like, oh man, there's so much more freedom out there, out in the States. Let's see. Nabil, sorry about too many messages, about to reinstall Windows. Pray that fixes the issues. I mean, don't worry about sending too many messages. Don't worry about it at all. It's only a problem if you're spamming like the same thing over and over again. So no, there's no problem with too many messages whatsoever. And yeah, I'll keep my fingers crossed and everything for you, that everything goes well. And yeah, best of luck with it. I know reinstalling Windows is always a painful process. So good luck with it. Let's see. Gaming Pit Stop, welcome. How's it going? Good to see you there. And Robert Rush as well, or Rocher possibly. Does the autopilot have to constantly adjust to maintain elevation and velocity? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's constantly, it's got a target that it's trying to keep, and so if the plane deviates from that target for any reason, it will make, you know, minor adjustments just to kind of keep things. Yeah, as kind of as stable as possible. So you can probably see, if you watch carefully, you can probably see the aircraft is kind of like rolling and pitching. There's a little bit of turbulence, so the plane will automatically be moving the ailerons to kind of roll the plane level and keep it nice and steady. So so yeah, so it's constantly kind of just ever so slightly adjusting the flight controls, just to kind of keep us going in the direction we need to be going. Let's see, Andrew at Shot 10 Colliery Airfield. Ah, okay, gotcha. Good stuff. That was, yeah, frequency 118.275. Nice. Fishburn, gotcha. Right, got there in the end. Okay, Nabil, Windows is still coming out. Good luck, Nabil. Hopefully we'll be back for landing. No worries. Yeah, you got about just under an hour until landing, I believe. So fingers crossed for you. The Windows installs are actually quite quick compared to what they used to be. So good luck with that. Let's see. F1 Racer Dan, real life 320 pilot here. Stuck in the hotel and finding streamers flying has been your new hobby. Seem to be eating nice stuff. Well done. Thank you very much. Welcome to the live stream, Racer Dan. Hopefully life's not too boring in the hotel there. Oh gosh, so now I've got two real world pilots watching me. Oh blimey, this is no pressure. Excellent, no worries. Well, yeah, hopefully. I mean, we've actually joined at a good time, Dan. Where are we? I'll have a quick look here. So 2346 Zulu. So yeah, 30 minutes from the top of descent, and then about, it'll be about 50 minutes from landing. Yeah, so we're just cruising along quite comfortably. We are, let's see, just coming over the push waypoints. So actually I should be able to bring it up on a map here. So for anyone who's wondering where we are, if I go world map, send that away. So yeah, we're just coming past San Francisco here. So just passed over Reno, of course, where the famous Reno air races are held. And yeah, we are heading southbound for approach into San Diego down here. So we're going to be flying bang over downtown LA. So yeah, we're going to be turning in and landing at San Diego, just short of the Mexican border there. It's so frustrating because for my flight today, I wanted to do it in I wanted to do just a VFR flight along the Rocky Mountains, and I wanted to head over to Las Vegas as well. So yeah, so I wanted to start up in, funnily enough, I wanted to start up in Reno and then do a VFR flight along the Rocky Mountains here and then come across to Las Vegas. But Microsoft Flight Sim didn't want to play today for me. Me and Microsoft Flight Sim, we're going through a rough time. I don't want to talk about it, but it's just a thing that's happening right now. Anyway, let's see. Let's see, Andrew. 118.275 and 129.9. Would you fly to any of them? Both in County Durham. Possibly. I might do in the future. I'll never say never. Let's see here. Let's see. Good. A320 or 321 for X-Plane. I think the tallest is the only one that's worth looking at. I could be wrong, but there you go. Let's have a look here. That must be that. No, that's too high to be that flight. That cloud's at flight level 250. Let's see. F1 race sedan. Don't use X-Plane anymore. More Microsoft Flight Sim when I do get a chance. Busy with work lately. Excellent. That's, well, given the current climate, that's fantastic news. For anyone who's kind of new to the channel, I work in aviation myself. I work as an operations assistant for a flying school in Scotland. So I know all too well the impact that it's had on the industry, the whole COVID thing. So to hear that you're busy in these times is really good. Excellent. Let's see. What have we got? We should have a top of descent marker. Yeah, there we go. So just beyond the halfway point, we've got a top of descent marker there. Oh gosh, what was the? Sorry, the screen's probably going to go blank in a moment. Oh, actually, no. What I'm looking for is 275 is the final approach course there. Now, it doesn't really make. I don't know if it'll make much difference. Because we are doing an RNP approach. As much as I know how to do one, I'll do my best. So yeah, but yeah, the visibility around San Diego is quite good at the moment, so I might have to let go of the autopilot quite early on and fly a manual approach down, because they're rather strangely there isn't an ILS for runway 27 at San Diego, so so yeah, it's going to make things a little bit trickier, but should be able to manage. Let's see. Let's have a look. The fly-by-wire mod is close to the tallest already. Excellent. That's good to know. Let's see. Andrew, is ILS instrument landing system? Am I right? That is correct. Yes, ILS is instrument landing system. So basically, what it does is the ILS is basically a set of antenna at the end of the runway. And what it does is it sends out two signals. One is called the localizer beam, and what that does is that goes straight down the center of the runway, but it also goes beyond the end of the runway for miles as well. And what that does is when the plane's coming into land, it's got a radial beam that kind of guides it to bang on the center line of the runway, so the plane knows where it is in relation to the center of the runway. And the main benefit is that if there's bad weather and you can't see the runway, your instruments inside the plane will show you where you are in relation to the center line of the runway. So that's one of the radio signals. The other one is the glide slope, which gives you like an upward, it's like an upward angle, and that tells you what height you should be for a given distance. So if you imagine you've got the runway here, the glide slope kind of pokes up like that, and what the plane does is the plane needs to be at the right height to kind of glide down and then touch down at the runway there. So so those two radio signals, the one kind of going forward and the one going up as well, will tell the plane exactly where it needs to be to come down and land slap bang on the end of the runway where it needs to land. So that's what an instrument landing system is. It's made up of the localizer, which is the long beam, and the glide slope, which is the sort of the slanted, the angled beam there. Let's see, Giga. So your flight videos in the PA-38, they are fantastic. How does the Tomahawk feel in terms of flight characteristics and handling compared to the Cessna 172 or 152? Good question. So I've only flown the 172. I've flown the 152 once. It wasn't really a proper flight though, but I was in control for about 5 minutes. But PA-38, it's a lot more twitchy compared to the Cessna. Is very compared of the two aircraft, the Cessna is much more powerful than the Tomahawk, and the Cessna is much more. It feels a lot smoother when you fly. It just feels a lot more stable. Like it handles the bumps a lot better. Like you feel them. You feel like the sort of the shimmering in the airframe, but the plane doesn't really react. Whereas in the Piper Tomahawk, it's much more twitchy. So if you hit a bump of turbulence, you get the wing will tip up, or you feel the plane kind of like yaw, where it kind of like kind of switches, like rolls from it kind of like sways from side to side almost. So I would say that the PA-28 feels a lot more twitchy, which is a good thing because it really forces you to fly it. The PA-38 is really. It teaches you to fly, and it teaches you to fly well. And if you don't fly well, it will hurt you. So you need to be switched on when you fly a PA-28, especially if you've predominantly trained on Cessnas. Cessnas are kind of a lot more like a lot more laid back and relaxed and a lot more comfortable, if that makes sense. But a PA-38 is much more of a kind of a pilot's plane. It really you have to be alert and awake, and you have to be ready, when you fly it. So that's kind of what I've learned from my short time with my pilot's license and my training. Let's see, F1 race sedan, pretty lucky with work. Lost a few good colleagues, but we'll recover. Well, in the shoe well, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's just a matter of time, unfortunately, isn't it? Let's see, Vacaris, welcome back. Let's see, Adam, when was your first flying lesson? Formally, I've done a few trial flights throughout the past few years, but my first kind of formal lesson was probably towards the end of. I mean, I did a flying lesson. And that was it was towards the end of 2018, with a French instructor, Christophe, who was at our flying school that I work at. But it's quite funny because I work there as well. I can read the notes that the pilots put in, and with Christophe we covered everything. And Christophe in my notes, he just wrote exercise 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So like we just covered the entire spectrum very briefly. It's just like okay. But formally speaking, like properly, like classroom based training and everything, probably early 2019 was when I did my first lesson. And then I was doing lessons kind of on and off throughout 2019, and then I did my first solo when I can't remember. No, it was when was it? It was May 2019. I did my first solo flight, and then I kind of stopped over the summertime because I was busy with work, and I was focusing on working more than I was on my flight training. And then I picked it up again kind of in the autumn and over the winter, and then unfortunately COVID happened, and then kind of in the kind of the gap between the first lockdown just as the UK started coming out of the first lockdown, kind of the middle of last year, I got back into my flight training, did my cross country, did my skills test, which is the final kind of practical exam flights. I'd done all my theory exams kind of in between before then as well. Yeah, and then got my license. I did my test in early August last year, and got my license early September last year. So yeah, all good. Let's see, Vacarus, saw your 208 caravan video. Did I do a caravan video? I can't remember doing that. Let's see, Vacarus, what webcam am I using? I'm using quite an old Logitech webcam. Can't see like a model name on it there, but it's the old kind of like bulb, like cylinder, circular thing, ball looking thing. It's quite an old one now. I don't know. It's an old Logitech kind of ball shaped one though. You know, I don't have like a full DSLR camera with, you know, light boxes like all these professional streamers do. Let's see, Giga, thanks. I never flew the PA-38, but the Cessna, and what I heard about the Tomahawk is it makes the transition to a complex, faster aircraft easier because of the heavier flight controls and the handling. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about, I mean, complex, I'm not sure. I mean, in the UK, we term a complex aircraft as one that's got either a variable pitch propeller or a what do you call it? Retractable landing gear. That's what we kind of class as a complex. But I guess so. Yeah. I mean, as I said, like you have to be awake when you fly a Tomahawk, because it's quite susceptible to like turbulence and bumps, you know, of which there are plenty in Scotland. You know, like, you know, when it, like, you hit a bump and the wing kind of kicks up, you know, you have to be there to kind of like, right, you know, to put in a bit of input control, put the wing back down, settle the plane back into stable flight, and stuff. So yeah, I mean, with the Cessnas are just incredibly and naturally stable aircraft. Like the thing that really surprises me is if you stall a Tomahawk, they really like to drop a wing when you stall. They don't stall easily, Tomahawks. So for example, when you hit a stall in a Tomahawk, as the nose comes down, it usually likes to drop a wing as well. So it ends up kind of like doing this sort of thing as it stalls, which is terrifying. And I really dislike it. However, if you stall in the Cessna, you can stall in the Cessna, the stall warner will be going off. You look at the vertical speed indicator, it will say minus 500 feet per minute, and nothing is happening. You're just there holding the controls against your stomach going, but the nose is meant to do that. Like, I'm meant to feel the whole, like, thing as the plane drops. Why am I not feeling it? Like, the Cessna will just go, okay, yeah, we're stalling. Yeah, we're still stalling. Okay, that's a shame, but we're still stalling. Like, the Cessna, a Cessna 172 certainly, although the one that I've got experience flying doesn't do anything when you stall it. You just hear the stall warner going. The airspeed's down at about 40 knots. The vertical speed's down at minus 500. And, like, you just sat there going, okay. I mean, the plane, you know, plane's fine. Just hold it. So yeah, the Cessna 170 is very stable. Tomahawk's definitely not as stable. Let's see, Vacarus, Logitech C615, maybe because of quality. Yeah, I can't remember. It's like one of the. It's like a. It's like a black ball with, it looks like an eye, but it's like a black ball. That's the best way I can describe it. Let's see, Vacarus, done the Cessna 208 Grand Caravan videos. Nice. Okay, I don't remember doing a video, but yeah. If I did, well, obviously I have. I'm glad you liked it. It's an FS6 tutorial. Ah, okay, excellent. Let's see, Andrew, could you land a Cessna without any engines? Absolutely. I actually trained for that. In real life, yeah, when you're training for your private pilot's license, you'd actually train to perform a landing without any engine power. They call it a glide approach. Let's see, Adam, may I ask, is the Zibo plane easy to install into X-Plane? Yeah, I think I'd say so. If you're comfortable copying files from one folder into another, yeah, that's all you need to do to install the Zibo. So if you're comfortable moving about Windows Manager and stuff, yeah, it's very straightforward. Vakris, you should add the heading autopilot feature to that video. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to go and edit a video that's already been uploaded. Let's see, Baggy Boyden, welcome. Is this Microsoft Flight Sim? No, this is X-Plane 11, so it's a different type of flight simulator. Yeah, so we're now en route to our Hulk waypoint, which will be the start of our star into a standard terminal arrival route into San Diego, and then we've got a top descent shortly after that. So we've got a bit of a tailwind as well, so we'll need to be aware, we need to keep an eye out for that, just in case we're having any difficulty holding our kind of ideal descent path. We just need to kind of keep an eye out for our rate of descent there and make sure that we descend on profile, as we call it, with a tailwind there. Let's see. Baggy Boyden, I feel like X-Plane is more realistic than Microsoft. The flight model, I would agree with you. Yeah, the X-Plane has always been known for its flight model, which has always been regarded as being more realistic than the old FSX flight model. So in that regard, yes. From a kind of like a visual and graphical and world detail standpoint, I'd say Microsoft Flight Sim is better. But certainly from a flight model point of view and like the physics. No, I agree with you. Vakris, how did I add that menu at the top of the video stream? So this is a kind of like a separate piece of software called FlyLive Studio. It's called. So it's something that streamers can use to put. They can add that into their streaming software. And what it does is it basically pulls data out of your flight simulator and puts it onto like an overlay on your streaming software, and then your streaming software then sends the entire sort of video output to whichever streaming platform you choose to use. Let's see, the Pack AK Android, is there much of a flight left? Not particularly, no. We've got our top of descent. We're going to be reaching in about 10 minutes time, and then we're going to be arriving in San Diego in about half an hour. So yeah, we're going to be descending in about 10 minutes, landing in about 30 minutes. Someone said that there is a way of getting ACARS data. There we go. Let's try this. I'm guessing that's going to bing when we have something to read. Let's see, AI90, did I try the headshake plugin? It's making you mad, but things become more realistic. I think I have tried it previously. Yeah, I'm sure I tried it and I didn't quite get on with it. There we go. Very nice. Right. Okay, so that has updated. So it's now 2807 knots. So it's a bit more down the runway than it was before, which is good. Broken clouds at 2,500 feet. We're probably going to be below it by the time we reach San Diego. Temperature is now 22 with -2 on the dew point, and the pressure is 3018. Good thing we checked that. Good thing we took another look at that before we start our descent here. Oh, hello, we've got someone on the traffic advisory over there somewhere. Actually quite far away, that's a good 20-25 miles away. Oh, someone binged. Who's binging? Let's see. Let's see, Vacarus. What is free and the best FMCS app for Android to control the FMCS on FSX? That's a good question. I don't know, I'm afraid. Best thing to do would be to do some Google research. Yeah, I don't know of any plugins, I'm afraid. Let's see, Vacarus. Does ACARS work in X-Plane 11? I think some mods do tie in things together. Yeah, so it simulates ACARS. It's not an actual representation of the system, but it's kind of like, it's basically, I could go onto my phone and get an ATIS report. Well, this, strictly speaking, this isn't really an ATIS. This is more of a METAR. So I could go onto my phone, I could do a Google search and find all this information. Basically, it's doing it through the Zibo mods, just add a bit of functionality. Yeah, so it can kind of do a few odd things like that. Here as well, like this tablet, I can do some cool things with. So, like for example, I can bring up a map. I think it ties into what's it, OpenStreetMap, so I can do this as well. So I can do things like that as well. If I had charts, if I put them into the right folders, let's see if I do KSAN, yeah, there we go. So I can get all my frequencies and stuff here as well. So this is basically just tied into an internet search, essentially. Let's see here. Adam, may I ask if there's a possibility of getting Active Sky for X-Plane 11 on Steam? I don't know, I'm afraid. You'd have to speak to the developers of Active Sky. I can't answer that, I'm afraid. Let's see. Agus, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Welcome to the live stream. Isaac Southern, welcome to the live stream as well. Let's see, Vacarus, I can understand ATIS info sometimes. Yeah, I mean it's just a code essentially. It's a standardized code that you know once you've read a few times you'll be able to understand it quite easily. So let's see. I'll talk you through it in a moment here. Baggy. When you play X-Plane, all I do is the basics like autopilot, never do the more advanced things, if that makes sense. I mean, you don't have to. You know, you can make it as easy or as difficult for yourself as you want to. Hopefully, you know, if you are interested in learning things, you know, I've got a whole FSX tutorial series on my channel. So if there's something that you want to learn about, such as how to perform an ILS landing, You know, I've got videos on my channel which talk through that. There's other people who have done videos that can help you as well. So yeah, I mean, you don't have to make it. If you don't want to do the more advanced things, you don't have to, you know. If you want to learn more advanced things, there are plenty of resources out there, so don't worry. Flight simulation is completely what you make it. Let's see, Isaac, which is your favourite flight sim? I would say P3D at the moment, because I've got some high quality add-ons invested in P3D. Let's see, Andrew, on this game can you do English routes? On this game you can do any routes. Let's see. Yeah, so this METAR report here, it's quite straightforward, but I'll try and talk you through it as best as I can. So they've got a simplified version up here, but first of all you'll have the airport identifier. So every airport in the world is identified by a 4-letter code. For San Diego, it's Kilo Sierra Alpha November. Here, this indicates the day and the time that the report was created. So this indicates that it was created on the 13th day of the current month, so the 13th of January, and the report was created at 20:51 Zulu time. So Zulu time is the kind of the British meridian time. That's the kind of the zero time that everything is measured from. So the report was created at 20:51 Zulu time. Next you have wind information. So first it will give you the direction that the wind is coming from, and then the last 2 digits will give you the speed of the wind and what speed, or like what unit of measurement the wind has been measured. So the wind is coming from a compass direction of 280 degrees, so that's coming from pretty much due west. So it's coming from the west and blowing eastwards, and the wind has been measured at a speed of 7 knots. Next you have a measurement of the quality of the visibility. So the visibility is 10 statute miles at San Diego, which is typically, that's the maximum. So if you see 10 statute miles, it could be exactly 10 statute miles, or it could be 10 statute miles and above. Basically that means that the visibility is, you know, it's just fine, it's perfect. Then you have cloud information. So the clouds are broken, which is an indication of how much of the sky is covered by cloud. And you start off with CAV OK, which means that there's no clouds at all over the airport. Then you've got few clouds, scattered clouds, which is a bit more, broken, and then you've got overcast, which is the sky is completely covered by clouds. So broken is there's more clouds, but there is the odd patch of kind of clear sky above the airport. Beyond that, you've got the temperature measurement. So typically the temperature is measured in Celsius, and this is indicating that the temperature currently at the airport is 22 degrees Celsius. And then there's usually a slash, and then the after that is the dew point temperature. Now the dew point temperature is the temperature at which the air condenses and cloud begins to form. So if the temperature at any point drops to -2, that's when you can expect to see clouds forming, and that's important, because if your current temperature and your dew point temperature are the same, chances are that your visibility is going to be very bad, because there's essentially fog starting to form at the airport. Finally, you've got a measurement of the barometric pressure at the airport. So in the United States, they measure their barometric pressure with reference to inches of mercury, or INMG, I think they call it. So the barometric pressure at the airport is 30.18 inches of mercury. There. And then there's some additional information here. I'm not sure what this represents, but I think it's Remark and then AO2. I think this will be something like this was automatically generated by a computer which was reading the data that the instruments at the airport were giving, essentially. Right, sorry, I went off on one there. Isaac, is Zulu time the same as GMT? Yes, that is correct. So Zulu time, GMT, and UTC, they're all the same thing. They're just different names for the same thing. Right, so what I'm doing here is I've just dialed the altitude down to 2,000 feet, so that's the altitude which we're going to kind of finish our final approach. And what I did there was I hit the altitude intervention switch. So the reason that this is one of the few kind of real world pilot tips that I've picked up, what this will do is this will put the aircraft into a 1,000 feet per minute descent. Now what you can see is this number here, so this is our ideal rate of descent here, or this ideal descent path. Basically, if we were to hit our top of descent and then start descending, the plane would kind of like dip into quite a steep descent immediately, which can be a bit uncomfortable for passengers because they kind of get that kind of, like if you're going down in an elevator, you get that kind of like whoop, flipping neck, you know, get that kind of that feeling in the pit of your stomach that something's going on, which is a bit uncomfortable. Whereas if you do what I just did there, basically you go from your cruising altitude, you begin a kind of a gentle descent, and then when you kind of hit your ideal descent path, the plane then kind of dips down again and then begins to follow that ideal descent. So it just makes it like just a tiny bit more comfortable for passengers. Just a tiny little trick I picked up from somewhere. Anywho, let's have a look here. AI90, I think you can make a good video on how to handle winds and use the weather radar with the Zibo. I may do in the future. Right, this needs to calm down. What on earth is this doing? Right, let's see. There was another option here, wasn't there? Nope, I need that. Come back. Let's see. Glyn Watkins, welcome. How's it going? Let's see. The pack. Can I get the ATIS live online? Yes, you can. Yeah. If you just do like a Google search. So if I hang on, let me sorry on this. Okay, sorry about that. Not sure what was going on with the throttle there. Behaving very strange. Yeah, so basically, if, for example, if you go and put in like that airport code that I was saying, so if you were to go online onto Google and do KSAN space METAR or ATIS, you could probably get a report of the ATIS straight away there. Let's see, TV, hello to you. Sorry, I can see you've got some Asian characters in your name there. I do apologise, I can't read any Asian languages, but welcome to the live stream. You can see there, Glyn Watkins, 100p/f sounds fast. So what do you mean by p/f? Let's see, Isaac, there you go. So Isaac's given a good breakdown of the of what the few scattered, broken kind of means there. Let's see. X-plane. Yes, this is X-plane. Let's see. AI90 engage speed brake drag run. Not yet. I'm gonna see if the the speed is coming down, so I'm gonna see if the plane can sort itself out with regards to with the speed there. And plus, it's already dialed itself down to about near enough 250 feet, 250 knots. Sorry. So I'm gonna leave that for now and let the plane kind of try and sort itself out. Let's see, Glenn, 1,000 feet per minute sounds fast. Not particularly, no. I mean, now you can see we're now descending at 1,800 feet, which is kind of standard for a commercial airliner. So yeah, so this is more kind of like a typical. So now we've got the throttles all the way back to idle, and we're now just kind of like gliding towards the airport here. Excellent. So we're on our kind of ideal descent path towards the airport. We can tell by this little kind of widget here. So with the purple diamond here kind of lined up in the middle of this bracket, that indicates that we're bang on. If it was above or below, then we would be slightly off. If it was above or below with a white number, then we were quite far off, kind of vertically where we should be. Basically, the onboard computers have calculated like an ideal rate of descent, and then the ideal kind of vertical path through the air, and that's just telling us there that we're kind of bang on. We are, in a vertical sense, we are exactly where we need to be. Let's see. Fortnite Shark Team, hello from American Samoa, hello from Scottish Highlands rather. How are you doing? Glenn Watkins, flaps 2. We will go. We'll put the flaps out closer to our arrival. We don't need to do the flaps just yet. If we put the flaps out, it just induces more drag, uses more fuel. It's not something we need to do just yet. We'll do it once we're much, because we're still a good, like the airport I think it's just about on the chart there, but we're still a good 60 miles away from the airport, so so best not to put the flaps out just yet. Let's see, Isaac, 1,800 feet per minute, a bit faster for Cessna, but this plane's a bit bigger than that. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said it's kind of standard for a commercial plane, not a small plane. Do I know Incheon airports? I do. I've heard of it. I'm not too familiar with it, but I have heard of the location. Sorry, I do apologise if I've got the pronunciation wrong there as well. Right, so we need to start looking at getting everything ready for descent here. What I should probably do as well is just to make our passengers happy. Talk about descent. Right, so descent procedure complete before 10,000 feet. So center fuel tank, we don't have any fuel in the center tank, so the pumps are off. Landing altitude is 17 feet. We can only go 50 or 0, so we'll just leave that on 0. Annunciator recall, we'll just check these lights, make sure nothing stays on, and these two panels here, nothing stays on. CDU descent page, so where are we? Descent, forecast flight level 180 for the transition level, that is correct. If we were flying in Europe with more localized transition levels, we would change that, but we don't need to. Approach page, so we'll pick up the flaps and the speed ref there, enter that in for the thing there. Where my course is 275. 275 is set in there for the RNAV approach. 275 sub on there as well. Okay, that's us below 18,000 there, so we'll get that in a minute. Actually, no, I'll get that in now. So the local pressure was 3018. Oh, come on. Work my way over. Okay, so switch over to local pressure there. Right, minimum selector. So we're going to do barrel minimums, and that was 680. Okay, barrel minimum 680 set. Nav radio set for approach. Don't really. We're not really doing an ILS, so I'm not going to do that. MCP core selectors are already been set, and auto brake set as needed. We're going to go for auto brake. Oops. Auto brake 2 for landing here. Let's see, what plane is this? This is the Boeing 737-800 by Zibo. Glenn, we do all of the seatbelt stuff as we're coming through 10,000 feet, so we're not quite there yet. Let me just see here. Looking for a VOR that I could tune in just as a backup. Oh, you know, we'll go without tuning in any nav radios. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Back in ding dong. Ding dong. I say. Let's see. When looks good for VFR. Yep. Yeah, we're going to be switching over to a visual approach as soon as is practical. Right, so that's the descent procedure done. I don't really have a descent checklist per se, and all my pages have kind of come out of my book for things. So, well, make it work. It'll be fine. 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 Right. A lot of pilots say QNH. What is that? So it's a way to refer to the barometric pressure or the air pressure in a particular area, and QNH basically stands for Q nautical height. So it kind of measures the aircraft's heights above sea level or mean sea level, the average sea level. Robert, what does minimums call out mean? So basically, when a plane is descending towards a runway, there's a minimum altitude where they have to have positive visual contact and identification of the runway. It's more of an issue when you've got low visibility around the airport, but basically a pilot needs to either be able to see the runway or the approach lights that are just in front of the runway, and they need to see that before they reach a minimum height. If they get that before they meet that minimum height, then they can safely continue with the landing. If they can't see that because the visibility is too bad, then what they'll do is when they reach that minimum height, they will perform what's called a go around. That's where they kind of put the power back in, and they'll kind of climb back up into the air, and they'll usually go off into a holding pattern. Yeah, it's basically it's to improve safety when a plane is like flying very close to the ground. They don't want planes flying lower than they have to. So when a plane just reaches its minimums, it's a height at which the pilots need to have a positive visual confirmation with the runway. Otherwise, it's deemed unsafe to try and attempt a landing. So just switch that over there because I was getting a little altitude disagree alert there. So just put the barometric pressure into the other altitudes or the other baro ref selector there as well. Right, so this is us just closing in on 10,000 feet. So now what we're going to do is put on our passenger seatbelt signs. Our fixed landing lights are going to come on, and we've already set our barometric pressure to the local setting. And now next we're going to be selecting the flaps as per the flap schedule. So you can see on the nav display here we have a decel marker here. So once the plane flies over that, it's going to start slowing down to this speed, and then as the plane begins to slow down, what I'll do is I'll start extending the flaps, and with each stage of flaps that I extend, the plane will automatically dial the speed down, and we'll just kind of slow it down, slow it down, slow it down. Right, so I'm probably going to miss a few comments because I am going to be more, this is more kind of a workload intensive part of the flight, so if I miss any comments I do apologise. Will I need to dump some fuel before the landing? Nope. We've used up, we only filled up as much fuel as we needed for the flight and for a divert to a different airport if we needed to. So we've used up plenty of fuel, and we're well underneath our maximum landing weights. Let's see. So yeah, if we were flying online or flying for real, chances are we would have air traffic control giving us specific headings to fly to. Because I'm flying offline, I'm just flying what's called the published procedure, or the charts, which kind of give us a kind of like a published route to follow. So we'll dial the range down. So we're bang on our vertical descent path there, so I'm happy with that. So just dialing the range down again because we've got a lot of waypoints all close together now. So by zooming in, I can see them, each of them individually, to make sure that we're flying them correctly. So we're basically going to fly away from the airport here. The airport's just kind of off our right hand side at the moment. So we're basically going to fly away for it, essentially do a U-turn and fly back in. Okay. So next action will be, just as we pass this decel point, we'll just monitor the deceleration of the aircraft, and once we're slow enough, once our speed reaches the right markers, we'll start extending the flaps out. So again, I do apologise if I miss any comments, but it's quite a key part of the flight now, so I'm going to be kind of focusing on making sure I do a good job here. Okay, so we passed over that decel point, and I'm not seeing plane slow down, so I'm going to do this manually here. And we do have quite a sharp turn to line up with the final approach, so I'm going to get the speed down nice and early. Because the slower we are, then we can, the easier it will be to make that final turn onto the final approach here. So, go flap stage 1. I'll actually bring the speed down a bit further. Okay, that's interesting. So the decel point there seemed to have shifted forward, which is okay. We're getting some good deceleration when I want it, so I'm happy that the plane's going to slow down as I wanted to. What I'll do is I'll go to about flaps 5 before we begin this this U-turn onto, I guess, final. So we're going to leave out flaps 1 for the time being, and then what I'll probably do is I'll jump past flaps 2 and directly to flaps 5 for the next stage. So we're holding at 6,000 feet at the moment, so once we pass the next waypoint we'll probably step down. Got 2,000 in the MCP there. So we got top of descent from 6,000 feet, apparently, there. Okay, in that case what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to dial the speed down. Flaps 5 there. So I'm getting some good deceleration, so that's giving me confidence for the final approach there, that the plane will slow down when I want it to. So the auto throttle is managing the throttle for me, so I'm not worried about that. I'm basically telling the plane what speed to fly at, and it will do it. Now I'm not sure. I do apologise to the real pilots watching. I'm not sure the correct process for flying an RNP approach. So I do apologise. I'm probably going to butcher this. I'll wimp out and go visual early. Speaking of, I better get my feet on the rudders. Okay, so you can see on the turn marker there we are probably going to be tracking just outside of the final approach. Actually, no, we might just make it. Arm the approach there as well. And then I think once the approach is armed, you dial it down to the missed approach altitude, if I'm correct in thinking. Actually, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to go landing gear out. Flaps 15. So I've probably got the landing gear out way too early, but I'd rather have everything set up now than leave it too late. Come on. There we go, arm the speed brake. And the lights all come on. See, John, now you're looking good. Okay, that's reassuring.
2,500.
Gonna go flaps 30. So VRF plus 5. I'll go flaps 40. Right, so landing gears down, 3 green lights, flaps 40, leading extended, auto brake 2, speed brake lever is armed. Autopilot off. So I've still got auto throttle in, managing the throttles. I'm now flying the plane. So I'm just basically following the pink lines which are on the primary flight display. So just following the pink lines down here. And where they tell me to put the nose, I'm going to put the nose. That rattling that you can hear in the background is the trim. So it just makes my life a little bit easier trying to fly the plane. Okay, so I'm a little bit high now. Okay, so there will be a point at which I'll kind of transition away from instruments.
$1,000.
1,000 feet, stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude set.
Thank you, co-pilot. Didn't know I had a co-pilot all this time.
Approaching minimums. 500.
Okay, so we're approaching minimums, so I've got good visual contact with the runway.
400.
Actually dropping in over some buildings here by the look of it.
300. 200.
Okay, so now I'm kind of doing this visually. Have to dive for the runway a bit, which is a bit awkward.
$100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Okay, engines are spooled up a bit.
10.
Have to force it down. Okay. Go around. Man, the engines didn't spool down there.
$400.
Gear up. Man, that is a bummer. Oh, go away.
1,000.
Okay. Let's don't do this to me now, play. Okay. speed back up. Never mind.
Thousand to go.
Okay, put that down. Right. Oh, you can't give up on me now, auto throttle. Okay. Okay. Let's try and bring this around with a visual landing, shall we? Well, that was a bomber. So, what seemed to happen there is the throttles felt like they just didn't retard or come back when I wanted them to, so let's have another crack at this, shall we? Had the auto throttle on. Hey, man, I've flown many a times with the PMDG. The PMDG knows when to get rid of the auto throttle. So right, let's do this, shall we? Because obviously can't trust that. The autopilot just doesn't want to work for me. So let's do this the old-fashioned way, shall we? Alright, let's see. So it's absolutely fine. So I'm just now flying the plane, because obviously the auto throttle and the autopilot can't be trusted with it. Never mind. Which is, I mean, if I am not mistaken, I do believe this is the when the autopilot does things that you don't want it to do, you just turn them off and you fly the thing yourself. So this is what I am doing. This is okay. We all make mistakes, no one's perfect. I'll just come around and have another go at it. I've got my nav display so I know where the runway is. Let's see, well, you can always go around if it doesn't look right coming down. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the auto throttle's done us dirty on that one. But it's alright. Yeah, the flight directors as well, giving me a bit of a funny approach there as well. They brought me a bit higher than I needed to be. Probably should have trusted my my visual judgment. CMAC, what's going on with the autopilot? The auto throttles kind of spooled up just as I tried to flare the aircraft, so I ended up floating too far down the runway, went around, and everyone's, I guess, taking a mick at me for it. So, and yeah, and I couldn't then re-engage the autopilot, so, like for example, if I go, like flight level change, oh, now you want to work. That's alright. I'll just fly the plane manually. I know how to do that at least. So we'll get ourselves slowed down. We'll get the first stage of flaps out. Should I? Yeah. Let's do this. Get all that sort of stuff out of the way. Let's see, C-Mac or Nasty, definitely best to disconnect. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain. A little bit embarrassing, but it'll be alright. As I said, just basically doing an extended VFR circuit.
1,000 to go. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, C-Mac. It was an RMP approach that I was trying to do. 1,000 to go.
Going so flaps 15. So this is going to be purely visual this time. There's 146 was our VREF.
$2,500.
It's just asking for more flaps, is it? Okay, 3 greens, flaps not quite at 40 yet. Auto brake is still armed, landing lights done. I've got no excuse now because I'm in full control of the plane, so... Yeah. It's annoying. That first time around I was like actually having to like force the nose down to push the plane onto the runway, and that's definitely a recipe for disaster, so... Hey ho. What's rather annoying as well is that runway 27 here at San Diego doesn't even have an ILS, so I can't even do a manual ILS approach if I wanted to.
$1,000.
1,000 feet, stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude set.
It's not, but I'm not going around this time, that's for sure. Weird, they got this like little hill as well just before the threshold.
Approaching minimums. 500. 400. Minimums.
So that's the radar out calling out. That's because the ground underneath us is not too far below us.
300. 200.
This feels much better now.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Braking.
knots.
Okay, didn't use any reverse thrust. I probably could have made that turn off if I had. That's alright. There we go. Slow down. Okay. Welcome to San Diego. A few minutes later than planned, but we made it. Right. Flaps all the way up. We'll break off. There we go. Now, where did we say we were going to go? Okay, there we go. So I do apologise for that little mishap, but there we go. I'm sure Delta Airlines will give you vouchers or something for it. Let's see. Right, so what we got after landing, so probe heat switches can come off as well. That's those up there. Exterior lights is needed, APU, weather radar comes off. Transponder. Stand by. Speed brake, flaps, yeah, that's all done. Excellent. Excellent. Right, I will catch up with comments in a moment here. So like, sorry, we'll catch up in a second. Right, hang on. You, baggage guy, don't drive in front of me. Yes, you, don't drive in front of me. Don't. Oh, and oh right. Oh, they're just all out here today, aren't they? Anyone else want to drive right in front of a taxiing plane? No? Okay. Didn't think so. Right. It's not that I'm angry after that landing or approach. Right, so unfortunately this is just going to be default scenery, so I don't have any fancy oh, one more. That's not even a vehicle, you're not even towing anything. What are you doing? So I'm just going off at all the staff in San Diego there. Right. There we go, line that up. Just make our way in slowly to the stand here. There we go. What was the feet per minute on that second landing? It should have popped up in the thing somewhere. Right. Okay, I think I've taxied into a stand that's too big for my plane, judging by the height of that air stair, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. That's in right. So bring it to a stop. Park and brake. Right. So let's have a look here. APU generators. Oops. On. Engine start switches. Oops. Those are not the engine start switches. These are engine start switches. Oh, no, not that. Off. And off. Seatbelt signs, you'll all be glad to know, are now off. Anti-collision light comes off. Fuel pump switches all come off apart from that one for the APU. Anti-ice switches are both off already. Electric hydraulics are off. Packs are on auto. Isolation valve is open. Oops, oh, damn. APU bleeder is on. Exterior lights is needed. Flight directors both off. And transponder is, I think, already off here. Cool. Right. And then we'll set a chalk, set a GPU. Open up the doors. Can we? No, they're all locked. Sorry, everyone, all your luggage is locked. Oh no, terminate flight leg. Nope, all your doors are locked. Tough. Unless after this, turn off the APU maybe. Nope, all your stuff's locked in the plane, I'm afraid. Right, there we go. That was the flight. So that was Delta Airlines 2096 from Seattle down to San Diego. Now, let me go back and have a read through some of the things here. Let's see, NBA Linux, welcome. BD Simmer, welcome. Let's have a look here. Go around, yeah. Did we touch and go? I think we did. I think we did get a touchdown there. BD, in fact, real world, you'd need to disengage the auto throttle first. John Smith, good call. That's a question, John, if you're still watching. Does the auto throttle... Because I've played a different model of the 737 where the auto throttles automatically go down to idle during the flare, regardless of whether you're auto landing or whether you're manually flying the plane. Can you confirm or deny if that's how the plane actually behaves? Because it'll be interesting to know that for future. Let's see, Dablo had the auto throttle on. Let's see. Let's have a look here. Peter, I think this is pilot error. Quite possibly. Let's see. So I'm just catching up on all the old comments here. I'm just interested to know if this was a yeah, if let's see. C-Mac, flight directors normally offer visual nitpicking. Yeah, I did think about doing them on the approach there, but I had too much going on already. So John Smith is heading off. No worries. At least the final landing was a good one. Let's have a look here. Oh, John Smith, it would stay unless it was an auto land. Ah, very interesting. Thank you very much for answering that. So in that case, even an auto land, I just retard them, but you still need to manually disconnect it and roll out. Yeah, so that's what I did with my physical throttle controls that I've got here on the desk. I brought them back to idle, but the auto throttle, I think, I'm guessing it's the auto throttle in the Zibo doesn't talk to your hardware directly, because for those of you who've been here earlier on in the stream, remember during the cruise we started tapping into the overspeed warning because the plane was recognizing my hardware position rather than letting the auto throttle position the throttle levers. So I don't know, I think it's it could be the auto throttle logic in the plane might not quite be correct, unless it differs from operator to operator or airline to airline, unless different airlines have different auto throttle logic on their aircrafts, potentially. Because I do know that this Zibo mod is developed with a real 737 pilot, so I'm sure something like that would have been picked up a long time ago if that's the case. Let's see, BD Simmer, beacon off, doors will open. Sure, I switch the beacon off. Vacuous, you had to disengage the auto throttle before landing. Yeah, it's hindsight's 20/20, isn't it? But that said, I think it was an appropriate recovery. You know, I floated down the runway. I didn't feel like I could land the plane safely and get it stopped, so I went around. Basically flew a big circuit to come back and land with the autopilot switched off. Yeah, I didn't crash. So let's see, Hassan, Doof, would I make some contents about aviation news? Maybe daily 10 minutes videos that can explain military events or accidents. Maybe. It'd be great to learn updates from me. The problem is, I can't really. I'm not in a position where I know more than anyone else. Like for example, for the Indonesian accident, I don't know any more than anyone else does. You know. Funnily enough, although saying that, I did hear probably maybe a few hours before the news outlets got it. I did find out what what was going on with the 737 MAX aircraft. Discovered that was a trim issue before it was kind of public news, but that was because at work one of the staff members is a former engineer, so he gets all of like the kind of bulletins and alerts, or he has access to them, and he saw that Boeing had released a kind of a significant immediate release bulletin saying, hey, it's our trim system that's messing up, that's causing our 737 Maxes to have accidents. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I'm not privy to anything, so I don't know if me reacting to news would be beneficial. Although I have had an idea for a video that I might want to cover, which could be sort of a mini documentary. So I might do that in the future. But anyway, guys, I mean, if for anyone giving me stick about the auto throttle, I've got a 737 pilot in the chat saying that the auto throttle stays connected. So right, let's see. Let's see, 757 Superfan, do for number one. How do I get my channel name? It's basically it's my Xbox gamer tag. I wanted to come up with a funny word that I thought people would laugh at when I played an online game, so I just came up with some silly word, doofer. And the 911 is kind of a tribute to emergency services workers around the world. Yes, a lot of people think it's 9/11, and I've had people come on the stream and go, huh, he flies planes and he's got 9/11 in his username. Huh. It's just like, that's not the no. It's 911, kind of as a mark of as kind of a nod to emergency services workers around the world. Because it was back in the day when like online gaming was just becoming like mainstream with like Xbox and PlayStation and stuff, and like everyone had like a number in their tag, like everyone had a number in their game thing, so like you had like shooter 89 and things like that, and I was due for 911. Let's see. Adam, you thinking about streaming the Aerosoft Airbus? Yeah, probably will do in the future. 757 dream job is ATC. Nice. Best of luck with it. Vacarus, yeah, Vacarus, you told me that many times already. Let's see. Let's see, let's see, John just read the FCOM because not at all. I mean, I've read through the FCOMs for the 7.3 and the 777 myself, so that's sad, guys to stick together, right? Should disconnect 2 seconds after touchdown on. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I do know that I haven't done many auto landings in the sim, but I do know that yeah, I've seen it in the normal procedures that you do have to disconnect it if you are performing an auto land. Glyn sits in the passenger seat waiting for the stairs and doors. I can't open the stairs and doors apparently. Locked. Anti-collision lights are off. Strobe lights are off. Taxi lights off maybe. There's a taxi lights? Really? Alright, there you go. Doors are open. Jump. Let's see, 757, looks like the COVID is getting worse, definitely. Oh, right, okay. So, what are you talking about, 75? Right, okay, guys, the doors are open, so you can all go home now. Isaac, yeah, that's another one. Let's see, voice is breaking. Matthias, explain first timer. No, I've flown a few times. I'm just unfamiliar with the Zibo. Let's see, never thought 911 channel name meant 911. Okay, no, I mean that's what the majority of people think it is the otherworldly event, but that's for emergency services. You have a jetway. I don't know how to connect the jetway. Sorry. But anyway, yeah. So I'm not going to be doing any more flying tonight. So I will stick around and chat and I'll answer any last questions or comments that people have. So if you do have any questions, please do ask away. I'm not going to be doing any more flying, unfortunately. I've obviously proven that I need a bit more time with this aircraft. But before people head off, let me just give a massive thank you. First of all, to Nabil Vlogs, massive thank you to you. David from R, thank you, and Ghost Hunter Gal, thank you all very, very much for your very generous donations during the live stream. That's exceptionally generous of you guys and Gal. So thank you all very much for that. And of course, thank you everyone for coming along and watching. It was a bit interesting. It's put through a little bit of excitement into the day, I guess. So thank you to all of you for coming along as well. And yeah, so if you're leaving now, thank you very much for watching. Take care, and we'll hopefully see you on the future live stream. For anyone who is wanting to ask any comments or questions, make any comments, ask any questions about flight simming, about the mod, about me, about real life flight training and stuff, please do ask away. Let's see, 757 is heading off. Take care, buddy. We'll see you next time. Double, how much is the Evian? Oh, you mean this Evian? I don't know. I've had this bottle for probably an unhealthily long amount of time, so I don't know. I don't know how much Evian is nowadays. Vacris, it's Control J in FSX for jetways. I don't think it's that in. It's not Control J in X-Plane. Sorry. F-18. What's your favourite plane to fly? Okay. If you're asking me what's my favourite plane to fly, at the moment I'm enjoying the 777 because I've been, well, I say I'm enjoying the 777, it's because I've put so much time into learning it. And I'm working on the tutorials for it now, so pretty much apart from live streams, the only thing I've been flying is, well, pretty much exclusively is the 777. So I'm probably quite familiar and quite comfortable and enjoying flying that at the moment. Let's see. Hassan, take care, stay safe, everyone. No worries, Hassan. You take care as well. We'll see you next time. Let's see, Matthias, what aircraft am I training in IRL? Let's see, FYI, you need to plug in for it to work. AutoGate connects. Okay. I'll need to source that at some point. I've got a couple of plugins like Better Pushback, and there's something else I've got as well, I think. Avitab, yeah. But, never mind. Let's see. What am I training in IRL? So 3 types of aircraft that I fly IRL. First is the Piper Tomahawk PA-38. Next is the Piper Warrior PA-28 161. And the third aircraft is a Cessna 172. So I've been checked out on all 3 aircraft, and I can fly all 3 of those. Although by the time we're ready to go back, I'll need to check out with an instructor because it'll be more than 30 days. The legal currency in the UK is 90 days, but at our flying school we have a policy where it's you have to have a currency of 30 days or less if you have fewer than 50 hours PIC, which I am. So damn, I'm gonna have to shell out for an instructor for a half-hour flight. Great. Let's see. Vacarus, would I like to fly again in FSX in the A321? Yeah, I'll go back. I'll go back to Prepared, or P3D, which is the modern equivalent of FSX. Let's see, Isaac, 777 big body plane. Yeah, it'd be hefty. It is a hefty lump of an aircraft. Rather easy to land though, once you know how. Once you have the technique, it's quite easy to land. A350 XWB is big boy. They're about the same as a 777, just made of different stuff. Let's see, Glenn. A10 Warthog looks fun to fly. Yeah, it is. I've flown it in DCS a few times, and it seems quite interesting to fly. I don't know it too well, but it's good fun. Let's see, Vac, did you know that A350 runs Windows 10 as an OS? I didn't. Does it really run Windows 10 as an OS, or are you talking about the pilot's tablets run Windows 10? Because I would imagine that Windows 10 is not a secure system to be running flight control software on, or flight control systems on. Do you mean the little tablets on both the captain's and co-pilot's side? Do you mean these things run Windows 10? Because that I can understand. But I would imagine that the displays, the flight control logic and everything runs on an exceptionally secure and obscure system, and is totally isolated from these things. Let's see, Ed E rather. Is this X-Plane 11? Yes, this is X-Plane 11. Unfortunately, you've come to us just kind of towards the end of the live stream, so not going to be doing any more flying, but just kind of sitting having a little chat before we go. Isaac, did you know that SpaceX's Falcon 9 runs Linux? Yes, I did. Oh, I'm getting a bit. Oops, that can go away now actually. There we go, turn these. Whoops. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's see, Vacarus. Yes, not a tablet. Go and look at Beyond Pilot. Shows OS screen as Windows 10. Okay. Interesting. Left main screen. Okay. Let's see. Who's going to hack you at 10,000 feet? Terrorists? I think to gain electronic control of an aircraft would be a significant win. And it would prove to be a significant disruption to the aviation industry if someone were to hack an aircraft and fly it. So yeah. Anyway. Right. Just about coming up on 4 hours for a live stream there. So, does anyone have any last comments or questions? If not, then we shall start wrapping things up there. But yeah, just to recap, that was us following real world flights. Was it Delta Airlines 2096 from Seattle down the sort of the western side of the USA. Almost said UK there. Down there. Yeah, basically flying vertically south down to San Diego. It was a nice balmy, 22 degrees when we touched down. Yeah, we had a bit of an interesting initial approach. The auto throttle. Hello, I think that was someone just became a subscriber. Let me just hang on. Check through that. See, so I'm hearing the bing bongs, but I'm not seeing it pop up on my screen. Let me do a thing over here. But yeah, so I had an interesting approach. The auto throttle didn't play ball, but we came around, brought it in for another landing. Let's see here. So, okay. I'm guessing some people are beginning to subscribe, but I'm not seeing your names pop up. So I do apologise. If you are subscribing, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Hopefully you find some interesting things here. Yeah, here on the channel. Let's see. Glyn, you would have to hardwire to hack it, possibly. Well, actually, no, not necessarily. Because things like the ACARS system works off of satellite data links. So, if there's a vulnerability with those, if the aircraft is equipped with, if the aircraft's equipped with a satellite link and an onboard Wi-Fi, if they're in any way interconnected, then yeah, that could be bad. Anyway, let's see. Ghost Hunter Girl, have a good evening. Can't wait to watch the replay. No worries. Take care, Ghost Hunter. Thank you again for your very generous donation. I do appreciate that, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for coming along. Vacarus, it's running Windows 10. One comment of the video. Wait a minute. You tell me that A350 runs Windows. You can technically run Microsoft Flight Sim on it. That'd be interesting. That'd be like aviationception, having Flight Sim running on an airplane. Let's see, Isaac, did you know that the Saturn V computers use tens of thousands of hand-woven tiny magnetic rings? I did not know that. No, I didn't know that. Anyway, right. I think I'm going to wrap it up there. So, yeah, before I do, once more, I just want to say a massive thank you to the 3 people who were watching who donated today. Again, exceptionally generous of you, very kind of you. And yeah, thank you very much. It means a huge amount to me that you're willing to donate money to me. So thank you very much for that. And of course, thank you everyone else who came along and watched. hopefully it was a bit exciting that we gave. Pardon me, I'm burping now. Made the live stream a bit more interesting with the little issues that we had there. But hey ho, you know, these things happen. Yeah, we just kind of dealt with it. You know, we didn't crash the plane. We didn't put it into a dangerous state after the go around, like stalling it or anything. So we're getting a bit close to it at times, I think, but we didn't. So brought it around for a big circuit and pulled it into land, and that was it. So yeah, I'm going to leave the stream there. So yeah, thank you again for everyone for watching. So until the next time, thank you all very much for watching. Take care out there, and I'll catch you all later.